staff acknowledged that the president directed him to put this unexplained hold on aid to Ukraine. The president directed the vice president not to attend the inauguration of President Zelensky because he hadn't yet got what he was demanding, a public announcement intended to damage his political opponent. Ambassador Sondland testified that the Ukrainians were told, and I quote, the resumption of U.S. aid would likely not occur until Ukraine provided the public anti-corruption statement that we had been discussing for many weeks. And then he testified that he spoke with President Trump, and while the president claimed there was no quid pro quo, he made it clear that President Zelensky must publicly announce the two investigations that President Trump discussed on July 25th in the call in order for this security assistance to be lifted. That's direct evidence. But in addition to that, and those are just some of the highlights, there are over 260 text messages. There are call transcripts, as I mentioned, of the president's own words. There are emails between high-ranking officials of the Trump administration, hundreds of press statements, interviews, and tweets by the president and his personal attorney, Rudy Giuliani, corroborating their desire to pursue investigations of Vice President Biden prior to the 2020 elections. I'm going to give the committee a couple of just examples. President Trump himself on October 2nd said, and I quote, "And just so you know, we've been investigating on a personal basis through Rudy and other lawyers corruption in the 2016 election." On July 19th, Ambassador Sondland emails multiple high-ranking officials that he, quote, talked to Zelensky, and he, quote, is prepared to receive POTUS's call and will state that he will turn over every stone of the investigations. On July 19th, 2019, in addition to the email, Ambassador Sondland texts Ambassador Volker. It makes the same thing clear. Sondland, looks like POTUS called tomorrow. I spoke directly to Z and gave him full briefing. He's got it. Volker, had breakfast with Rudy this morning, teeing up a call with Yermak Monday. Must have helped. Most important is for Zelensky to say that he will help investigate and address any specific personnel issues if there are any. On August 8th, Ambassador Sondland and Ambassador Volker text about POTUS wanting the deliverable, meaning that for Ukraine to get the White House meeting, Zelensky needs to announce the investigation. Sondland says, and I quote, "Morrison is ready to get dates as soon as Yermak confirms." Volker responds, "Excellent. How did you sway him?" Sondland responds, "Not sure I did. I think POTUS really wants the deliverable." Volker asks, "But does he know that?" Sondland says, "Yup. Clearly lots of conversations going on." On August 16th, Ambassador Taylor and Volker discuss Ukraine's concern that President Trump was not using official channels, like the Department of Justice, to request investigations. Taylor texts Ambassador Volker, "The person who asked for an official request was Yermak?" Volker replies, "Yes, but don't cite him." Taylor, "I won't. You're right. This is not good. We need to stay clear." And on August 22nd, Ambassador Sondland emailed Secretary of State Mike Pompeo and others to make clear that to break the logjam, meaning releasing the military aid, President Zelensky would have to, quote, move forward on the issues of importance to Trump, again, meeting the investigations. And the list goes on and on. So this claim that this is the thinnest of evidence is simply not true. There is overwhelming evidence of the existence of a scheme led by the president, led by his personal lawyer, Rudy Giuliani, to corrupt the American elections, to continue to withhold military aid until such time as a public announcement was made that would smear the president's chief political rival. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Mr. Chairman. The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does Ms. Lesko seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to strike the last word.
The lady is recognized.
You know, Mr. Chair, it really quite disturbed me when you again rejected the rule of the House that said that we, as the minority, were, it says in the rules that you require that you set a date for a minority hearing. And the reason that this is important is because the rules have been thrown out the window here on this process. In fact, I just can't believe it. I mean, first of all, you have an unprecedented way of doing impeachment. You don't go through the Judiciary Committee like has been done in previous impeachments. Instead, Speaker Pelosi hands it over to Adam Schiff, the Intelligence Committee chair, where he has these closed-door hearings in the basement. I was denied several times, the right to go in and hear what these fact witnesses said. Yet I'm supposed to vote on this today, and we have not had one single fact witness here in this committee at all. And then I hear from my Republican colleagues that were on the Intelligence Committee that Republicans were refused to have any of their witnesses in that committee. And then, on top of that, Republicans were told, interrupted, silenced by Chairman Schiff when they tried to ask witnesses questions. They said to the witness, don't answer that. I mean, and so now, here in Judiciary Committee, we're supposed to vote on something when we haven't even heard directly from any fact witnesses. All we heard from was a bunch of liberal law professors that you called here that have a known record of disliking President Trump. And then you had staff talk to us. And then again, here in this committee, our Republican members asked for witnesses so that we can ask questions to get out the truth, to get out at least, let us say our side of the story. But no. And so then we turn to, okay, under the House rules, it says you're required to set a minority hearing so that we can at least call witnesses, so we can get some truth out to the American public instead of this one-sided sham. But no, here again, I think you said right here, no, we're not going to do that. Well, I'll consider a date in the future that you can have a minority hearing. For goodness sakes, we're voting on this today. It's no good to have a date in the future. Then it's done. You've already put through this. I mean, it just continues to amaze me how corrupt, how unfair this process has been from the start. I mean, for goodness sakes, you had 17 out of 24 of my Democratic colleagues that have already voted on the House floor to continue with articles of impeachment. It was Mr. Green who put a resolution on the floor, articles of impeachment. It was July 17th. And then there was a vote to table it. And they voted against the tabling, meaning they wanted to go ahead with articles of impeachment.
Not correct.
That was even before the July 25th call. I mean, come on. This is a predetermined, you guys have been wanting to impeach this president since he got elected. Fact after fact after fact. I know that some of you really think the president did something wrong. But the fact is, there is none of your witnesses, none of your fact witnesses were able to establish any evidence of bribery, treason, high crimes, or misdemeanors. Not one single one. And that's what it says has to be done in the Constitution. So again, I believe the President of the United States is right. This is a sham impeachment, and it sure is a shame, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlelady yields back. For what purposes, Mr. Nagu seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and with much respect to my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, it is difficult to follow some of these arguments. I've heard very little in the way of any substantive defenses of the President's conduct, but instead focus again on some very farcical process arguments, in my view. And I'm compelled to respond to at least one of those, which is this notion about the closed-door depositions. Because, as I understand it, from reading these transcripts, many minority members were present and granted equal time to question witnesses brought before the Intelligence Committee, the Foreign Affairs Committee, and the Government Oversight Committee. Some of those members are actually on this committee. So I struggle to understand the objections in that regard. The idea that the Intelligence Committee's investigation was not sufficiently transparent, in my view, also rings hollow because, as we know, the transcripts from those interviews and those depositions have been released. I know I've reviewed them. I suspect many of my colleagues have as well. And if you did not review those transcripts, you surely watched the live testimony of Ambassador Sondland, Lieutenant Colonel Vindman, and so many other public servants over the course of many weeks as millions of Americans watched along with us. So, again, it is I understand that we're going to have a robust debate about the legal standards that govern the inquiry that is before us and the decision we make on these articles, but let us stay true to the facts, and let's dispense with these process arguments and get to the substance of why we are here today. I will also just say, historical context matters. I was not on the Judiciary Committee in 1999 and 1998, but my understanding is at that time the Judiciary Committee did not examine any fact witnesses during the Clinton impeachment inquiry. I know there are members of this committee that were here at that time, and they are well aware that they did question Ken Starr, and then afterwards had hearings with legal experts to expound upon the legal standards that would define the decision before the committee. I would also say that during the Nixon impeachment inquiry, the examination of witnesses, fact witnesses rather, was conducted exclusively behind closed doors in July of 1974. So unlike both the Nixon inquiry as well as the Clinton inquiry, the House Intelligence Committee's hearings featured testimony from a dozen witnesses in open hearings subject to public examination by Republican members and counsel. Facts matter. And I hope that each and every one of us would agree at least on that simple point. And with that, I would yield to the distinguished member from California, Ms. Lofgren.
I would just like to note, going back to the analogy to the Nixon impeachment, the gentleman is correct that there was really no public presentation in the Judiciary Committee. There were quite a few depositions that were private, but there was a lot of public testimony. It wasn't before the Judiciary Committee. It was before the Senate Watergate Committee. As you'll recall, the President's counsel, John Dean, appeared and testified that there was a cancer on the presidency and a number of the revelation that there was a recording system in the White House. All of that happened in the Senate. And the fact that it happened in the Senate didn't mean that the Judiciary Committee didn't know about it. I mean, the whole country knew about it and took notice of it. There's only a few members of this committee that were on the Judiciary Committee during the Clinton impeachment. I was one of them. Ms. Jackson Lee and Mr. Nadler were, as well as Mr. Sensenbrenner and the gentleman from Ohio. We had a report from Mr. Starr. I remember it very well. But we didn't have extensive fact witnesses. We had the report. We had evidence over in the Ford building that we could go over and look at privately. I did. A number of members did. But the gentleman has correctly summarized the situation. I would yield back to the gentleman.
Mr. Chairman.
I'd yield back to balance.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does Mr. Sensenbrenner seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I think it's obvious, to all the American public that this is a railroad job. Things have been going quickly, but I think the real key is that with all of the denials of minority requests, both here and in the Intelligence Committee, the Republicans and the President have not been able to put on live witnesses to be able to basically put together a defense. And if you're going to have a trial, you have to have both a prosecution and a defense. Here we don't have a defense because of the rulings that have been made, one of which was made just a few minutes ago by the chairman of this committee. Now, let me say, first of all, the hearings that were in the basement of the Capitol were secret hearings. They were classified hearings. None of the members who were in that hearing room could ethically go out and tell the public and the news media exactly what was said there. And they probably could have been hailed before the Ethics Committee, or worse if they attempted to do that. There were leaks that came out of there. I grant you that, but none of the members could. The other point is that the vast majority of members of the Judiciary Committee, which has ultimate jurisdiction over all proposed impeachments, were not members of the three other committees and were not allowed to go into the basement of the Capitol hearing room to listen to what was going on and to see those live witnesses. There were a number of my colleagues on this side of the aisle, including Ms. Lesko and Mr. Gates, that attempted to do that. And Chairman Schiff kicked them out or wouldn't allow them to go in there. Now, when you have a trial, you really cannot make a determination on exactly whether the witnesses are telling the truth or exaggerating or mixing it up or spinning it some way or the other without looking at them in person. We don't have that opportunity. There were a few select witnesses that were in the public hearings over in the Intelligence Committee a couple of weeks ago, but the Intelligence Committee does not have the jurisdiction on whether to recommend the impeachment of anybody, let alone the President of the United States. Now, we've heard complaints about the fact that in the Clinton impeachment, there were no fact witnesses. Mr. Shabbat and I were there, as were Ms. Lofgren, Ms. Jackson-Lee, and the chairman. And what happened there is that both sides were allowed to present whatever witnesses they wanted to. Kenneth Starr did all of the grunt work in putting together the facts. He sent over 36 boxes of evidence, which were put over into the Ford building. That's not happened here. The independent counsel that was appointed to look into what President Trump has done, Mr. Mueller, came and testified, and that ended up being a big fizzle, for what the Democrats wanted to do. So much of the Mueller stuff, after his testimony and the cross-examination by members on both sides of the aisle, ended up disappearing into outer space. So they had to find something else. Now let me say that everybody on both ends of the telephone call between President Trump and President Zelensky has said very clearly there was no quid pro quo offered. There was no pressure that was put on the Ukrainians. I don't know how many times President Zelensky has had to say that. Apparently it's not enough because minds on the other side of the aisle are closed. But that's what the facts are. And the facts, again, speak for themselves. There was no impeachable offense here. And that's why Article 1 of the impeachments ended up falling flat on its face, and that it should be stricken, and I support the amendment to strike it from the gentleman of Ohio and yield back.
Mr. Chairman. Gentleman yields back. The gentlelady.
I yield to the gentleman from Georgia.
The gentleman is recognized.
Okay.
15 seconds.
Real quick, also, Ken Starr sent those over before the hearings began, too, correct? They didn't.
Yes.
We didn't get a letter in the middle of hearings saying, oh, by the way, we just got a document dump on the weekend, and where the chairman told me, well, we're not going to be able to read them anyway.
No, we got them,
Gentleman's
and
time
it
is
was a
expired.
surprise.
Gentleman's time is expired. For what purpose does Jackson-Lee seek recognition?
I'd just strike the last word, Mr. Chairman.
Gentlelady is recognized.
I think before I begin to comment on the discussion here, that it is important to remind all of us that the President abuses power and is a continuing threat not only to democracy but to our national security. We do not take this lightly. We take it very seriously. And I beg to differ with my dear friend. As one who was here for the impeachment proceedings in 1998, along with my colleagues, both Mr. Sensenbrenner, Mr. Chabot, Mr. Nadler, Ms. Lofgren, let me be very clear of the distinctive difference that we had then at that time. For the American people, the special prosecutor was an independent statute that allowed both Mr. Jaworski during the Nixon impeachment proceedings and then Mr. Starr to have an independent process of investigation. The Congress was not privy to any of that investigation at all. They proceeded. They were not interfered with, as Mr. Mueller was, by the DOJ, because he was an employee of the Department of Justice. And his employer, his boss, came out and characterized his report before he could even discuss it. In the instance of the proceedings of 1998, the Congress received a report, just as both our friends on the other side of the aisle and we, in the majority, received reports from the impeachment inquiry committees, who were investigatory committees. They did their work, yes, in a classified setting, as I imagine both Mr. Starr and Mr. Jaworski had to do in certain instances. They were like prosecutors. They had witnesses that were not in the public. And then, of course, there were full public hearings, 17 witnesses, first-hand witnesses who heard the call and testified not on any second-hand knowledge, but first-hand knowledge. It is clear that we're dealing with a question of a continuing threat, which is why we have to respond. And let me be very clear. I hold in my hands that unclassified transcript. I beg to differ with my friends. Allow me just for a moment to tell you that in the call, President Zelensky said these sentences. I would also like to thank you for your great support in the area of defense. We're trying to continue to cooperate for the next steps. Specifically, we also want to be ready to buy javelins. That's equipment, military equipment from the United States for defense purposes. Ukraine, in the midst of a war against a nation that shot down at least some of those alleged to be separatists using Russian weapons, a commercial airliner. This is a serious war where our men and women with military and in the military are on the ground trying to assist. And here's the very next sentence. The very next sentence is not, yes, let's get with the Department of Defense. Let's review your request. The very next sentence, I would like you to do a favor, though. This is a discussion about defense. The next sentence should have been, I think we are well aware of your difficult predicament. I'm going to have you talk to the Secretary of Defense, but it said a couple of sentences later, I would like to have the Attorney General call you or your people, and I'd like you to get to the bottom of it. Investigation. So I would just offer to say that it is not frivolous and without facts that we proceed. We proceed with facts, and we take this in a very somber manner.
Would the gentlelady yield?
I'd be happy to yield to the gentlelady for a moment.
I would just like to note that while this aid was being withheld, people died. I'd like to ask unanimous consent to put into the record an article from the Los Angeles Times entitled, "Trump Froze Military Aid as Ukrainian Soldiers Perished in Battle."
Without objection.
And note also that the highest death toll on any day in the Ukraine-Russian war was August 7th of this year, while aid was being withheld. So this had life and death consequences, and I yield back to the gentleman.
Very quickly, let me say my predecessor, Barbara Jordan, said that impeachment is designed for the president and his high ministers somehow to be called into account. That is all we're doing on behalf of the American people and protecting the national security of this nation. I yield back.
The
Mr.
gentlelady
Chairman,
yields
Mr.
back.
Chairman.
For what purpose does Mr. Shabbat
strike the last word?
Gentleman strikes the last word. The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield to the ranking member.
Yeah, just real quickly, the gentlelady from California just misstated something that I addressed head-on last night. And Undersecretary Hale stated this was prospective money. It was not interfering. It was not dealing with the issue that's going on now. You're in a war. For those of us who've actually been in a war zone, people do die in a war zone. This money did not stop that. That is something that cannot continue to be perpetrated upon this world. I yield back to Mr.
Thank you. Reclaiming my time, Mr. Chairman, the biggest difference in the Clinton impeachment and this one is that President Clinton committed a crime, perjury. This president isn't even accused of committing a crime. The Constitution is pretty clear on what constitutes an impeachable offense: treason, bribery, and other high crimes and misdemeanors. It's not treason, bribery, and other high crimes and misdemeanors or whatever else Nancy Pelosi and Adam Schiff deem impeachable. Now, I think we can all agree that no president should abuse the powers of his or her office, just like the chairman of a House committee shouldn't abuse the powers of his office to obtain and publish the phone records of the president's personal attorney, a member of the media, and the ranking member of that same committee. but that doesn't make alleged abuse of power a high crime or misdemeanor. In their newly authored memo on constitutional grounds for impeachment, the majority on this committee goes to great lengths to explain why abuse of power is an impeachable offense, specifically mentioning it was one of the charges against both Richard Nixon and Bill Clinton. What they don't mention is that the House of Representatives has never adopted alleged abuse of power as a charge in a presidential impeachment. Why? Because there's no criminal statute describing what alleged abuse of power actually is. Abuse of power is therefore a vague, ambiguous term open to the interpretation of every individual. Because abuse of power lacks a concise legal definition, there's a higher burden of proof on those pursuing such a charge to show the actions of the president rise to the level of impeachment. I believed that Bill Clinton had abused the power of his office, but we failed to convince our colleagues in the House, and that particular charge was rejected by the full House. In this case, the evidence provided is less convincing. In fact, I'd argue it's non-existent. First, there was no quid pro quo. Second, it's a widely known fact that Ukraine is one of the most corrupt countries on the planet. It's why Congress required the administration to certify that the Ukrainian government had taken steps to clean up corruption before military aid could be provided to the country. President Trump was well aware of that fact and quite skeptical of giving Ukraine foreign aid long before the now famous July 25th phone call. Third, Ukraine actually received the aid after the president was satisfied that Ukraine had taken meaningful steps to address corruption, which again is an obligation required by law. Based on the actual facts of this case as opposed to the hearsay and innuendo compiled by the Intelligence Committee, it's clear that no abuse of power ever took place, and there certainly isn't enough evidence to support an article of impeachment. Mr. Chairman, as you well know, there's another significant difference between the abuse of power charges against Nixon and Clinton and those presented here. In the Nixon and Clinton impeachments, abuse of power was a tacked-on charge, far less important in those cases than the actual high crimes charged against both of them. Here, it's the main thrust of the House Democrats' entire case. Let me put it another way. The entire argument for impeachment in this case is based on a charge that is not a crime, much less a high crime, and that has never been approved by the House of Representatives in a presidential impeachment before, ever in history. If that's the best you got, you wasted a whole lot of time and taxpayer dollars, all because so many of you, Mr. Chairman, hate this president. And one last thing. I guess we now know why Nancy Pelosi was focus grouping bribery as a potential charge, because she was desperately searching for a crime, any crime, to justify this sham impeachment. But that effort was abandoned because she knows, most members of Congress know, and now the American people know, there simply wasn't a crime committed here, and there shouldn't be an impeachment here either. I yield back.
Will the gentleman yield for
The gentleman yielded back.
Mr. Chairman.
For what purpose does Mr. Swalwell seek recognition?
To strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
There are no crimes here. That is the defense my colleagues across the aisle are putting forward. How about the highest crime that one who holds public office could commit? A crime against our Constitution. After all, the Constitution is the highest, most supreme law of the land. Every other law, statutory laws included, derive from the Constitution, not the other way around. The president committed the highest crime against the Constitution by abusing his office, cheating in an election, inviting foreign interference for a purely personal gain, while jeopardizing our national security and the integrity of our elections. Now, the Constitution does not require President Trump have committed statutory crimes. After all, we in Congress are not criminal prosecutors. We do not prosecute crimes. We protect the Constitution. But since my colleagues keep bringing up what potential crimes a criminal prosecutor could charge the president with, let's go through some of them, because President Trump's conduct overlaps with criminal acts. Let's start with criminal bribery. 18 U.S. Code 201B2A. Relevant here, criminal bribery occurs when a public official demands or seeks anything of value personally in return for being influenced in the performance of an official act. Additionally, the public official must carry out these acts corruptly. Demands or seeks. President Trump demanded and sought the announcement and conduct of politically motivated investigations by President Zelensky. Anything of value personally. For the purposes of anti-bribery law, the phrase anything of value has been interpreted by the courts broadly to carry out the congressional purpose of punishing the abuse of public office. In return for being influenced, the third requirement. As the Intel Committee report demonstrated, President Trump sought an announcement of these investigations in return for performing two official acts. First, he conditioned release of vital military assistance on President Zelensky's investigations. And second, he conditioned a head of state meeting on these investigations. Fourth, performance of an official act. The courts have defined an official act as any decision or action, matter, cause, suit, proceeding, or controversy that may be pending or brought before a public official. Both of the acts in question, the military aid and the White House meeting, meet this requirement. Finally, corruptly. President Trump behaved corruptly throughout this course of conduct because he used his official office in exchange to seek a private benefit. A second crime, honest services fraud. 18 U.S. Code, Section 1346. President Trump knowingly and willfully orchestrated a scheme to defraud the American people of his honest services as President of the United States. This has been aligned often in the courts with bribery, except it also includes using a wire communication. Clearly, the July 25... Will the gentleman yield for a question? I will not yield. Clearly, the July 25 phone call constitutes a wire communication. So there you have it. At least two criminal statutory crimes. However, all of these conversations about statutory crimes are moot because the President of the United States refuses to allow his own Department of Justice to indict him. So the President may be charged with crimes statutorily one day, but that's not what we're doing here on this day. And we are not restricted like the Department of Justice is. So we will uphold our duty to charge the President with the crimes against the Constitution that he has committed, using your taxpayer dollars, jeopardizing the integrity of your vote for a purely political purpose and a purely personal gain. And, Mr. Chairman, with that, I yield back. And I would yield to the gentlelady from California.
I appreciate the gentleman's recitation of that fact. As a former prosecutor, you speak with tremendous authority. I would just like to note that the argument that somehow lying about a sexual affair is an abuse of presidential power, but the misuse of presidential power to get a benefit somehow doesn't matter. If it's lying about sex, we could put Stormy Daniels' case ahead of us. We don't believe that's a high crime.
Gentlewoman, yield.
No, and it is not before us, and it should not be for us, because it's not an abuse of presidential power. I yield back.
The gentleman's time has expired. For what purpose does Mr. Gohmert seek recognition?
I rise in support of the amendment.
Gentleman, yield briefly.
The gentleman has the time. Does the gentleman wish to yield to Mr.
Will the gentleman yield briefly?
Yes.
The important thing is that Bill Clinton lied to a grand jury. That is a crime. The article of impeachment that passed the House accused Bill Clinton of lying to a grand jury, a crime and something that obstructs the ability of the courts to get to the truth. This is not what is happening here. Big difference.
Thank you. Reclaiming my time.
Gentleman reclaims his time.
It is interesting, though. We're here because of fraud, not by the president, but from within the Department of Justice. And I realize people on the other side of the aisle have been so busy trying to find some kind of charge, criminal charge to bring against the president, none of which worked, that they may not have been aware of the most recent Horowitz report. But it is clear now, that the whole investigation that has brought us here with crime after crime being alleged and then having to be dropped was a fraudulent effort before the FISA court to have a surveillance warrant done against Carter Page. They lied initially, said that he was a Russian agent when actually he had been used by the CIA as a spy against Russia. And so they lied. It was fraudulent, and there hopefully will be people that will answer for their crimes and their fraud in the Department of Justice in the days to come, and it sounds like that should be the case. And there was fraud all the way through. But for 3 years, we had been hearing about the crimes of the candidate Trump and then the crimes of President Trump. And we come now today based on the initial fraud that got this whole impeachment stuff started. And no one on the other side is willing to acknowledge the fraud that brought us here, nor the fact that so many people here have been screaming about the president's crimes. And we're even hearing today, like we just did, oh, yes, there were crimes. Well, then why aren't they in this impeachment document? It's because they don't exist. They've been disproven over and over and over again. And that's why the gentleman's amendment is so well taken. You don't want to go down this ground. I think it's a bad idea when it was proposed before. High crimes and misdemeanors, if it's not treason, right, even misdemeanors are crimes. And so we've had to drop the fraud of all the crimes being alleged, people saying in here and in the public, gee, we're going to get the president because he colluded with Russia. How terrible was that? Well, that's all been disproved and dropped. So now we were left with bribery and extortion, and now those had to be dropped because there were no crimes. And I appreciate the gentleman bringing up crimes, but those are not alleged here. And so let me just say, this is a day that will live in infamy for the Judiciary Committee. The days of exemplary chairs like Daniel Webster when he stood for principle, those are going to be gone because this became a tool of the majority to try to use taxpayer funds to defeat a president. And by the way, the Ken Starr report, 36 boxes, he came in and testified. We were kept out of hearing the witnesses. There were, in the Watergate, these witnesses testified on television. It was public. It was not a star chamber like the Schiff chamber became. And I would like to yield back the remainder of my time to my friend, Mr. Jordan.
Well, I would just say, when did it happen? Everything Mr. Swalwell just said, if it all happened, why isn't it in the resolution? Democrats say there's some scheme to have an announcement made by President Zelensky to get a phone call with the president, to get a meeting with the president, and to get the aid released. When did the announcement happen? They got the call on July 25th. They got the meeting on September 25th. They got the money on September 11th. There was never an announcement from the Ukrainians to do an investigation. So you can keep saying all this stuff and all the points that this happened. Didn't happen. Not the facts. Those are not the facts. And we know why the aid ultimately got released, because we learned that this guy, this new president, was actually the transformer, the real deal, was actually going to deal with the corruption issue in his country. That's what happened. You can make up all the things you want, but those are not the facts.
Gentleman's time has expired. For what purpose does Mr. Jeffrey seek recognition? Gentleman is recognized.
Let's actually go through the facts. We're here today because the president abused his power. We're here today because he solicited foreign interference in the 2020 election. He had welcomed foreign interference as it relates to Russia. He solicited foreign interference on the White House lawn with China, and he did it with Ukraine. He's a serial solicitor. Let's go through the facts. Congress allocated $391 million in military aid on a bipartisan basis to Ukraine, currently at war with Russian-backed separatists in the east. Ukraine's a friend, Russia's a foe. Ukraine's a democracy, Russia's a dictatorship. The United States is probably the only thing standing between Vladimir Putin and Ukraine being completely overrun as part of Putin's fantasy to reconstruct the Soviet Union, which would be adverse to the national security interests of the United States. And every single fact witnessed before this Congress said so. You can't even dispute that. So we allocated aid on a bipartisan basis. But then the aid was withheld. So the American people deserve to figure out why. In February, there was a letter sent by the Trump administration saying, okay, the aid is on the way. But it never arrived. In April, he had a phone call, the president, with Zelensky. The word corruption was not mentioned once. And then, in May, the Department of Defense wrote to this Congress and said, all necessary preconditions for the receipt of the aid have been met by the new Ukrainian government, including the implementation of anti-corruption protocols. We have that letter. It was sent to you and it was sent to us. Then in July, on the 18th, at an Office of Management and Budget meeting, the aid was officially frozen at the direction of the president. Twice during the summer, Mitch McConnell, the Senate Republican majority leader, publicly stated he called the Trump administration. What happened to the aid? Mitch McConnell couldn't get a good answer because there was no good answer. Then on July 25th, there's another call between President Trump and President Zelensky. The word corruption is not mentioned once. But here's what was said. Zelensky talks about defense. And the immediate response is, do us a favor, though. And President Trump says, I need you to look into some things. Not related to procurement of defense arms, but related to a wild conspiracy theory connected to the 2016 campaign, and also says, I want you to look into Joe Biden. And then what's interesting, since you think it was such a perfect call, he mentions Rudolph Giuliani. I'm looking at the transcript right now. Not once, not twice, but 3 times. Why on an official call would the president mention Rudolph Giuliani? He's not an ambassador. He's not the Secretary of State. He's not a member of the diplomatic corps. He's President Trump's political enforcer. And then what happens? You said you want to talk about the facts. In August, Giuliani travels to Madrid and meets with the Ukrainian government as a follow-up to Trump saying to Ukraine, go meet with Giuliani. And then a statement is drafted about this phony investigation and sent to the Ukrainians. But what happens? In August, the whistleblower complaint is filed. Then on September 9th, the whistleblower complaint is made public to Congress. 2 days later, on September 11th, all of a sudden, the aid is released. Why was the aid released? Because the president was caught red-handed, trying to pressure a foreign government to target an American citizen. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does Mr. Gates seek recognition?
Strike last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
There were 5 meetings that we have detailed that show why the aid was released. There was a belief on the administration previously that Ukraine was one of the most corrupt countries in the world, that they had not engaged in sufficient reforms. And after a number of events with the vice president, with a bipartisan Senate delegation, there was a resolution of that aid. But this debate just lacks a certain sincerity. I heard earlier my friend from California, Mr. Swalwell, say, list out all these crimes. And so if I'm watching at home, I'm thinking, well, where are they in the impeachment? That is just a Democrat drive-by, to go and list crimes that you don't allege and that you don't have evidence for. If there is ever a microcosm of how to consume this day and the importance of it with the American people, it's that they're naming crimes in debate that they don't even have in their impeachment resolution because they can't prove them, because there are no underlying facts. And then I hear my friend from New York, Mr. Jeffries, bring up Russia. Russia, the residue of impeachment theories passed and failed. How are we even here debating about military aid, javelins, that President Trump delivered, that President Obama withheld? I hear them, crying these alligator tears, clutching their pearls over this notion that, Trump didn't give this aid. We got to go impeach him for it. Where was all this concern about how to make the Ukraine great again when Obama was president? You want to know our substantive defense? It's 4 things. They've never changed. I think Mr. Jordan dreams of them in his sleep. Both President Trump and President Zelensky said there was no pressure. We saw the call transcript, and there's no conditionality. There was never awareness on the part of the Ukraine that there was a delay in aid, and the Ukraine got the aid without opening the investigation that seems to be so troubling to Democrats. Everything you're going to hear them say today can be pretty much categorized into 3 areas. First, it's either stuff people presumed and had no direct evidence of, kind of their water cooler theory of the case. Second, it's hearsay. Somebody told somebody else that created some concern about the president's conduct. Or it is reflective of a sincere policy disagreement about how to make the Ukraine great again. I mean, I heard all these folks come by that are part of the diplomatic corps, and they sure seem to believe that we ought to do everything for the Ukraine, but if the president disagrees with that, it is not impeachable conduct. Essentially, they're alleging a shakedown. But I think most Americans know that you cannot have a shakedown if the person allegedly being shook down doesn't even know about the shakedown. You have President Zelensky himself saying, I felt no pressure. And then, talk about bad timing. We got this Time article that comes out on the 10th of December, just a few days ago, because their theory of the case is, well, even if Zelensky didn't know there was pressure, there's this other guy, Yermak. And Yermak knew from Gordon Sondland that there was pressure, but the same day that they introduced their articles of impeachment, Yermak gives this interview with Time magazine, and he says, and I quote, Gordon and I were never alone together. We bumped into each other in the hallway next to the escalator as I was walking out. And I remember everything. It's fine with my memory. We talked about how well the meeting went. That is all we talked about. So here they are, with no crime, with no victim, with no witnesses, with no knowledge of any shakedown, and yet they proceed. To accept the Democrats' theory of the case, you got to believe that the Ukrainians are lying to us. You got to believe when they say there's no conditionality, no pressure, nothing wrong, that they're so weak and they're so dependent on the United States that we can't believe a word they say. Well, again, where were you during the Obama administration when this weak ally didn't get javelins that were then withheld? I support the Jordan Amendment because this Article 1, this abuse of power that they allege in the impeachment theory, is a total joke. They have to say abuse of power because they don't have evidence for obstruction. They have to say abuse of power because they have no evidence for bribery or treason. They have to say abuse of power because all those specific crimes that the gentleman from California named cannot be supported by the evidence. This is sort of the Rorschach ink blot test theory of impeachment, so that the country can stare at the ink blot and everybody can see what I guess they want to see. This notion of abuse of power is the lowest of low-energy impeachment theories. Heck, I don't know any political party that doesn't think when the other side's in the White House that they abuse power, they do too much. I got a lot of constituents that think Barack Obama abused his power, but you know what? We didn't do this to the country. We didn't put him through this nonsense and this impeachment. You all set the standard. We didn't set it. You said this would have to be bipartisan, compelling, and overwhelming. It ain't that, and this looks pretty bad. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does Ms. Jayapal seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just in response...
Strike the last word?
Yes, move to strike the last word. Thank you.
And the lady is recognized.
In response to my colleague from Florida, you cannot argue things both ways. You cannot say that the president was so concerned about Ukraine that he released aid, which is true. He released aid in 2017. He released aid in 2018. And then suddenly he became concerned in 2019, right after Vice President Biden announced that he was going to run. So if your argument is that he was so concerned about Ukraine that he released aid in 2017 and 2018, then why in 2019, after the Department of Defense cleared Ukraine on charges of corruption, why then did he decide he was so concerned about corruption that he was not going to release aid?
Because
that makes, I'm sorry, I'm not yielding. I am not yielding. I am not yielding.
They got a new president. That's why.
The gentlelady has the time. The committee will be in order, and people will not interrupt.
They got a new president
This
who
is
was...
not proper here.
Thank you, Mr.
Gentlelady
Chairman.
will continue.
They got a new president who was known to be an anti-corruption fighter. So that argument has no weight whatsoever. Now, if you want to argue that the president was so concerned about corruption at that particular moment, you have to look at the whole record of U.S. policy and our agreement that the Department of Defense would look under certain conditions before they release military aid to determine whether or not a country had satisfied those requirements around corruption. And the Department of Defense released that report. Nowhere between the time that Donald Trump withheld aid and the time that he released that aid was there an additional assessment required or done. In fact, the Department of Defense decided they didn't need to do another assessment because they had already done the assessment. So at the end of the day, I have only two questions for my colleagues on the other side. And these are the two questions. Forget about President Trump. Forget about President Trump. Will any one of my colleagues on the other side say that it is an abuse of power to condition aid on official acts? Well, forget about President Trump. Forget about President Trump. Is any one of my colleagues willing to say that it is ever okay for a president of the United States of America to invite foreign interference in our elections? Not a single one of you has said that so far.
I'll say.
I yield to my colleague from Texas.
Will the gentlelady yield so we can answer the question?
Thank you.
I'll be glad to answer.
You want to answer the question?
Paul.
She asked
I want to break this down.
Gentlelady has the time, and the members.
she asked us a question.
The members here know perfectly well it is out of order to interrupt members who have the time.
Unless they ask you a question.
Gentlelady has yielded to whom?
She asked us a question.
Gentlelady yielded to whom? Ms. Escobar now has the time yielded by Ms. Jayapal.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Representative Jayapal. I want to break this down in simple terms for the American public because our Republican colleagues are working overtime to try to convince us that we didn't see what we saw with our own eyes and we didn't hear what we heard with our own ears. Let's bring it down to an example that was used during the hearing. If a governor, if a community suffers a natural disaster and the governor of the state has aid that will help that community, but calls the mayor of your community and says, I want you to do me a favor, though, and conditions with giving the aid to the community on the police chief smearing his political opponent, has there been a crime? The answer is yes. And that governor would go to jail. If that governor later releases the aid after he got caught, it doesn't matter. He still committed the crime. Furthermore, if that governor says during the investigation, I'm going to defy the subpoenas, we're going to fight the subpoenas, guess what would happen to that governor? He's committed a crime. He would go to jail. If the governor then tried to cover up his wrongdoing, cover it up so that his people, his constituents, couldn't see his wrongdoing, what would happen to that governor? Did he commit a crime? Yes, he would go to jail. So as wildly as they're trying to convince you that there was no wrongdoing, I want the American public to understand what is going on here. It's clear as day. We've seen it with our own eyes. We've heard it with our own ears. Facts matter. I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Escobar. And I would just again close with this single question. Is it ever okay for a president to condition official action on personal gain. I yield back.
Mr. Chairman. Unanimous, Mr. Chairman.
Who seeks recognition? For what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
Be an unanimous consent request. I'd like to ask unanimous consent to introduce into the record.
I cannot hear you, sir.
Sorry?
I can't hear you.
I'd like to ask unanimous consent to introduce into the record the transcript of the call where the President says, I would like you to do us a favor.
Without objection, the transcript will be introduced. The call record will be introduced. For what purpose does Mr. Buck seek recognition?
Strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to address Mr. Swalwell's, thank you for coming back, Mr. Swalwell's comments that there are definitely crimes in this situation. First of all, I believe Mr. Swalwell, during the Mueller investigation, went on national TV and said something to the effect of an indictment is coming. He knew it. An indictment is coming. So I know Mr. Swalwell knows crimes. He was a prosecutor. And he also knows the obligation that a prosecutor has not to bring a crime, not to bring a charge, unless there's a reasonable probability of conviction. I would direct Mr. Swalwell to the elements of bribery. Whoever, being a public official, corruptly demands or seeks personally anything of value in return for being influenced in the performance of an official act. The Department of Justice's Criminal Division Public Integrity Section opined in September that something as nebulous as an investigation is not of sufficient concrete value to constitute something of value under this statute. They also, the other element that is at question here, and one of the reasons I think that we need more than 1 week as the Committee of Jurisdiction to look into this matter, is because if there are crimes, we should be bringing experts, we should be bringing in testimony, and if there is a crime, I think it is far more fair to charge pass articles of impeachment on a president where the president can defend against specific elements as opposed to something as vague as abuse of power. Mr. Swalwell, the official act that you talk about under the McConnell, Supreme Court's McConnell decision, that decision says, setting up a meeting, talking to another official, or organizing an event without more does not fit the definition of official act. There are 2 elements missing in your analysis, but that doesn't surprise me, because there were no elements that were that the special counsel found in this situation. I think that it is unfortunate when the gentleman from Rhode Island talks about the president sending Mr. Giuliani to the Ukraine to smear Vice President Biden. Let's talk about what Vice President Biden did. His son sat on a board and made an outrageous amount of money for someone that had no background in energy, no background in the Ukraine, while his father was the vice president. If that is not a fair topic for discussion in the world of politics, I don't know what is. Smearing is trying to conjure up false information or making a vague argument based on false information. This isn't smearing. This is seeking the truth about corruption. Not a single member on the other side of the aisle has been willing to condemn the conduct of the former vice president. How frustrating it must be to be President Trump and have your son spend over $1 million on attorney's fees when the special counsel is investigating something that never happened. There was no collusion. There was no conspiracy between Russia and the Trump campaign. But there is clear evidence of wrongdoing between Hunter Biden, the former Vice President Joe Biden.
Would the gentleman yield?
No, I will not. And the Ukraine and the corporation Burisma. So the idea that there is a smear going on, let's look at the facts. And I will yield to my friend from Arizona, Mr. Biggs.
Thank you very much. Let's talk about what was going on. In 2017, 2018, aid was given. In 2019, there was a pause put on it. You have a new administration in the Ukraine, and the benchmarks, the anti-corruption benchmarks, were done under the previous administration, Poroshenko. That was testified to in this committee. But what we know is several of the previous corrupt administrators and cabinet-level officials, including some oligarchs, had close relationships to Zelensky. There was a concern whether Mr. Zelensky was the real deal. The aid was prospective, and the pause was unknown. U.S. officials continued to meet with Ukrainian officials, and they determined that Zelensky was the real deal, and so they made every effort to convince President Trump that that was the case. Once 2 new anti-corruption measures were released within 2 days, so was the funding. That's what changed. Yield back.
Mr. Chairman, unanimous consent request
For what
for...
purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Just in response to Mr. Buck, a unanimous consent request for a Vox November 15, 2019 article, all of Robert Mueller's indictments, including the 34 people and 3 companies that he indicted in his lengthy investigation.
Without objection.
I object. I want to see it. Reserve one.
The gentleman reserves an objection. He wants to see it. That's fair. For what purpose does Mr. Reschenthaler seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Without objection. I
yield to my good friend and colleague from Florida.
I thank the gentleman for yielding, and I just got to come back to this interview with Yermak because it was like the tree that fell in the forest that nobody heard that completely demolished the entire Democrat case. They have no evidence that the Ukrainians ever knew that this aid was withheld. So they're literally trying to prosecute an impeachment against the president for a shakedown when the alleged people being shook down, 1, said they felt no pressure, and 2, did not even know it was happening. And so then time and again, you heard them in debate, in press conferences, in the whole circus show that's going on here say, well, we've got this testimony from Gordon Sondland. We all remember Gordon. Gordon Sondland wandering his way to an escalator with this guy who speaks English as a second language, and Gordon says, well, maybe I said something to him about this. Well, I mean, that was the whole deal for them. And then, I mean, you talk about embarrassing. The same day that they introduced their articles of impeachment, that we knew they were going to introduce one way or another the moment they took the majority, it comes out that Yermak denies the whole thing. So show me the Ukrainian that was pressured. Show me the Ukrainian that knew that any of this was tied to any conditionality. There's no conditionality in the call, and so it's quite easy to answer Ms. Jayapal, the gentlelady from Washington's question. Very easy. In this case, there is no conditionality. You can't prove it. You have no evidence of it. And frankly, even the Ukrainians, even your purported victims, are coming out in the press and saying their theory of the case is wrong. Their fundamental premise has been rejected. I yield the gentleman from Ohio.
You got to yield back to.
Yield back to the gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Yes, I yield to my friend from Ohio.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Exactly. What changes? We got a brand new president who Zelensky ran on anti-corruption. Let's see if he's the real deal. And that's exactly what happened in the 55 days the aid was paused. We talked about 5 critical meetings that took place. 5 meetings. The last one, I think, is the most important because you had a Democrat senator and a Republican senator meet with President Zelensky in Kyiv. They knew the aid had been paused at that time. Ukrainians knew they'd learned a few days before that, and the issue never came up. But what did come up is both of these senators came back and said, this guy is the real deal, worth the risk, worth sending the hard-earned tax dollars of the American people to Ukraine. That is what happened, and the facts are very clear. You can make up all the stuff you want, but the facts are on the president's side. They've always been on the president's side. Democrats keep saying, to get the call, to get the meeting, to get the money, there had to be an announcement. It's December 12th. There is yet to be an announcement from Ukraine about any type of investigation into Burisma or the Bidens. Yet. Because it's not going to happen. Because it never needed to happen. That wasn't the point. But they got the call July 25th. They got the meeting September 25th. And they got the money September 11th. The other thing I want to point out. I don't know how many times I've heard this. The Democrats talk about this one sentence the president said in the now famous call transcript with President Zelensky. I would like you to do us a favor, though. The Democrats don't read the plain language. In fact, your star professor witness who was here last week, she talked about this being the royal we. She read the sentence the way you guys always try to portray the sentence. She said it was, I would like you to do me a favor, though. That's not what it says. It says, I would like you to do us a favor, though, because, and guess what the next two words are? Guess what the next two words are? Because our country, not because I. President doesn't say, I would like you to do me a favor, though, because I've been through a lot. He doesn't say that. Very clear. I would like you to do us a favor, though, because our country has been through a lot. And that is the understatement of the year. Heck yeah, our country's been through a lot. This is the day after Bob Mueller sat in front of this committee, and we learned that there was nothing there. But 2 years he put our country through all kinds of turmoil because of you guys. That's what the president is pointing out, because in the end of this paragraph, he references Bob Mueller. That's what he's talking about. Heck, yeah, our country had been through a lot, and the president was pretty ticked about it. He wanted to find out what was going on. That's very legitimate. That is working on behalf of the American people. But again, as I said last night, you guys don't respect the 63 million people who voted for this guy. That's why the Speaker of the House called the president an imposter. That's what's wrong. I would like you to do us a favor, though, because our country has been through a lot. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does Mr. Johnson seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
Without, the gentleman is recognized.
I just want to slow this down and be very methodical about it, because most of us here are attorneys, and in this case we're supposed to also be finders of fact. And we're supposed to carefully and objectively analyze the claims against the record. So let's do that. There are two articles to this impeachment resolution, of course, abuse of power and obstruction of justice. On the first, Democrats know there is zero direct evidence in the record of these proceedings to show that President Trump engaged in any scheme of any kind, as is alleged in the resolution, or that he intended in his dealings with Ukraine to influence the 2020 election. No impeachment should ever proceed on the basis of hearsay and conjecture and speculation that wouldn't even be admissible in a local traffic court, and we say that over and over. To my friend Ms. Jayapal, there is simply no evidence of any condition, and I guess I need to repeat the four indisputable facts again that are in this record, because repetition apparently is really necessary here. First, both President Trump and Zelensky say there was no pressure exerted. Number two, the July 25th call transcript shows no conditionality between aid funding and an investigation. Number three, Ukraine was not aware of the aid, as has been said over and over here, that it was being delayed. And number four, they never opened an investigation. They still received the aid, and they got the meeting. Our colleagues keep misrepresenting the facts. Not only do they misrepresent the do me a favor versus do us a favor, but only 3 of the 17 witnesses called by Chairman Schiff listened in on a call. Okay, only 3 of them. And contrary to the assertions that we've heard this morning, they didn't provide key, uncontrovertible, first-hand testimony of what happened on the call. All 3 of the testimonies contradicted each other. So the 3 people that listened in directly didn't even know. The evidence shows that President Trump holds a deep-seated, genuine, and reasonable skepticism of Ukraine due to its history of pervasive corruption, and his administration sought proof that the newly elected president was a true reformer. Of course, as has been pointed out, the president soon found out that he is a swamp drainer, and that's why the funds were released. President Trump wanted to ensure that the American taxpayer-funded security assistance would not be squandered by what has been reported as the 3rd most corrupt nation in the world before Zelensky. And the discussions they had were never about what will happen in 2020, but rather about what happened in 2016. So the second claim of this resolution is that the president obstructed Congress, but he simply did what virtually every other president in the modern era has also done. What's his big infraction here? He asserted a legitimate executive privilege and legal immunity to question subpoenas issued by various White House officials. There's no evidence of any impeachable conduct with that. It's very commonplace. On every previous occasion of this assertion in the past, the natural impasse that exists between the executive and legislative branches in our constitutional system has been easily and calmly resolved either by a good faith negotiation or a simple filing with the 3rd branch of our government, the judicial branch. We let the courts decide it. In spite of their allegations here, Democrats know President Trump has lawful cause to challenge those subpoenas in this matter. In this case, House Democrats are trying to impeach President Trump simply for seeking judicial review over whether the direct communications between high-ranking advisors and a president under these circumstances are privileged or should be disclosed. That case would be expedited in the courts. It wouldn't take that long. But Democrats said they don't have time for that. Why? Because they promised their base an impeachment by Christmas. This whole thing is so absurd. It should be noted, by the way, that President Trump has consistently cooperated with Congress in fulfilling its oversight and investigation responsibilities here. Over 25 administration officials have testified before Oversight Committee this year, 20 before this committee. At the start of the impeachment inquiry, the White House produced more than 100,000 pages of documents to the Oversight Committee. And, of course, he also quickly declassified and produced to everyone the call transcript. Democrats know this is an absurd charge about obstruction, and the truth is, in the history of the republic, there's never been a single-party fraudulent impeachment process deployed against a president like the one that is being used against Donald Trump. They're the ones seeking to nullify our vital constitutional safeguards with this sham. Their ultimate objective is to nullify the votes of the 63 million Americans who voted to elect Donald Trump the president. They violated due process and all the rest. My colleague, Sheila Jackson-Lee, a little while ago, evoked and quoted Barbara Jordan. But she's the one that said during the Watergate inquiry, impeachment not only mandates due process, but due process quadrupled. They have violated that here. They have violated the rules, and everybody in the country can see it. This impeachment is going to fail. The Democrats will pay a heavy political price for it. But the Pandora's box they've opened today will do irreparable injury to our country in the years ahead. That's why we're concerned. That's why the facts matter. And that's why we need to move on. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what
Mr.
purposes?
Chairman.
Ms. Garcia seek recognition.
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I'm opposed to this amendment. It's incredible to me that the other side of the aisle has not seen the facts and has not apparently read some of the evidence before us. It is obvious to me that this president has put his personal interests above this country. And with that, I'll yield back to the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Siste.
Rhode Island.
Sorry? Oh, Rhode Island.
I thank the gentlelady for yielding. We've just heard our Republican colleagues claim that there was no demand, no conditionality for the release of this aid. And in fact, it was motivated by this president's deep desire to ferret out corruption. That is laughable. The President of the United States had 2 phone calls with President Zelensky. He never once even uttered the word corruption, because it wasn't about corruption. And the reason we know that is the Department of Defense had already certified that steps had been taken to combat corruption back on May 23rd. And despite that certification, that hold remained in place. In fact, the professionals testified about them trying to figure out, how is it possible it's legal to hold this aid? Because the certification is happening, there's no basis to hold it other than the president ordered it. So it's not about corruption. It was about extracting a commitment to announce publicly that they were launching an investigation of President Trump's chief political rival, a smear against Vice President Biden. So this notion that really what happened is the president just satisfied himself that Mr. Zelensky was for real is nonsense and betrayed by all of the evidence collected. Let me give you some of it or remind you of it because you apparently don't remember it. Ambassador Sondland testified under oath. Mr. Giuliani's requests were a quid pro quo for arranging a White House visit for President Zelensky. Mr. Giuliani demanded that Ukraine, Mr. Giuliani, by the way, the President's counsel, Mr. Giuliani demanded that Ukraine make a public statement announcing the investigation of the 2016 election, the DNC server, and Burisma. Mr. Giuliani was expressing the desires of the President of the United States, and we knew these investigations were important to the President. On a July 25th call, President Zelensky himself recognized the connection between the meeting and the investigations. And he said, I also want to thank you for your invitation to visit the United States, specifically Washington, D.C. On the other hand, I also want to assure you that we'll try to be very serious about the case and we'll work on the investigation. And the President spoke in that call about the Bidens and Burisma. And the OMB that ultimately announces that the aid was withheld gives no explanation, and everyone in the intelligence community, all the national security team, all recommended the release of the aid. This was an important ally of the United States facing an active war with the Russians that took part of their country and was continuing to kill people in eastern Ukraine. American military aid was a lifeline for this emerging democracy. You know the only people who benefited from this scheme? President Trump, because he thought he was going to get an announcement to smear his political opponent, and Vladimir Putin, Russia, that were trying to weaken the Ukrainians. And there was a recent article Congresswoman Bass held up that captured this, where it said, President Zelensky facing President Putin all alone. So this benefited Russia, weakening Ukraine. But this notion that the reason that the aid was released because the president was satisfied is defied by all of the evidence collected in a 300-page report by the Intelligence Committee. It was released because the president got caught. The whistleblower filed a report, a complaint, alleging an elaborate scheme by the president that betrayed the national interests of our country, that undermined our national security, that advanced the personal political interests of the president, not the national interests of our country, that attempted to corrupt our elections by dragging in foreign interference. It's the highest of high crimes and misdemeanors. Our framers spoke about this abuse of power, of using the office of the presidency to advance your own personal interests and to undermine the public interest. And I'll yield to Mr. Raskin my remaining 30 minutes.
Thank you very much. You know, Ms. Garcia's time to yield. Does she wish to yield to Mr. Raskin?
I yield to Mr. Raskin.
Ms. Garcia, thank you very much. Just to flesh out the detail of what the gentleman from Rhode Island was saying, one of the depositions is from David Holman, who was a State Department official at the U.S. Embassy in Kiev, who was with Gordon Sondland, who testified that there was a quid pro quo, but he saw him on the phone with President Trump, and he reported right at that time to him, he said, the president doesn't give a blank about Ukraine. He's interested in the big stuff, and what's the big stuff? Whatever can benefit him.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does Mr. Biggs seek recognition?
Move to strike last word.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Last night and today we've heard many times my colleagues on the other side saying the facts of this are not contested, but they are. They really are. An example is one just pointed out, highlighted by my colleague from Louisiana just a moment ago. On the telephone call, listening, of the 17 witnesses that came in, only 3 actually listened in on the phone call. But each one of them have contradictory testimony. And so even the 3 witnesses that heard the call conflicted. And why is that important? Why did I bring that up? Yeah. I bring it up because of this. Many of my colleagues, in fact, most of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, take every inference in the light most negative to the President of the United States. That's because there's an animus there that has been manifest since November 9th, 2016, the day after he was elected. And so, having watched this procedure closely on the heels of the other procedures and attempts to impeach this president and investigate, I am left wondering, you want every inference to go against the president? Why should the American public give you any inference of credibility? The reality is, when my colleague from California was talking about the Russian issue, not a single American was indicted for conspiring with Russia to influence the elections. Not one. He still believes that there was some kind of collusion with the Trump campaign. But what do the facts actually get to? So when my colleague just talked about the money was released, the aid was released, again, he takes this inference based on a timeline, and he's citing rank hearsay. A guy comes in and says, hey, you know what? I overheard this conversation. I'm in a restaurant. Actually, we were sitting on a patio at a restaurant. Lots of people around. But boy, I could hear everything. I knew who it was. I knew what was said. And so I was so concerned about it, I didn't tell anybody. I came in once this really got going and revved up. You want to take every inference against the president. Why should we give you any inference of credibility? The only direct evidence in this case remains the same after all this time. No pressure. No pressure in the phone call. Mr. Zelensky has said that repeatedly. He has said that. He spent 8 hours in one press conference all day long talking about no pressure. There's no pressure. Yermak said there was no pressure. Are they lying? No, but we know the whistleblower was lying. We know that Mr. Schiff was lying. Mr. Schiff came out the day before and said 8 times the president put direct pressure on the Ukrainians. Oops. The transcript's released. Not true. That would be the facts being contested, absolutely. We know that there was no conditionality. Everybody said there's no conditionality. Everybody that participated, everybody listened. Ukraine was unaware of the hold, so how can you leverage them? They were unaware of the hold. And there was never any investigation. But what happened? What triggered it? You have high-ranking U.S. officials going to the Ukraine, meeting with them, convinced the president. You have the president of Ukraine signing 2 pieces of legislation reinstituting the anti-corruption tribunal and also removing immunity from prosecution of the legislative branch in the Ukraine. Significant anti-corruption measures worthy of convincing this president that, yes, they're worth a chance. And so with that, you have nothing. Your credibility is in tatters, quite frankly. With that, I yield to my friend from Colorado.
I thank my friend for yielding, and I just want to ask my friends on the other side, Mr. Sondland, Ambassador Sondland is your star witness? Really? You're basing an impeachment on Ambassador Sondland's testimony? His first statement, his first deposition, he said 325 times, I don't remember, I don't know, I'm not sure. 325 times. You don't think when this gets over to the Senate that he's going to be impeached on all the things he didn't remember? Then his testimony impeached, not his office. I see the smirk. Then, what does he do? He reads and he listens to what Ambassador Taylor says that he knows, and what Ambassador Yovanovitch says that he knows, and what all these people say that he knows, and then his memory is refreshed. Yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purposes Mr. Ratcliffe seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank the chairman. I want to respond to my good friend, Congressman Ciciline's comments when he said that President Trump's demand can't be explained by corruption because the word corruption is never uttered anywhere in the transcript. The problem with that is that the Democrats have built this entire fake impeachment scheme around an alleged demand. Guess what word is not anywhere in the transcript? Demand. Nowhere in that transcript does the president make a demand. Do you know where the word demand came from? It came from the whistleblower. That's the first time we heard the word demand. When he notified the Inspector General for the intelligence community, he said President Trump made a demand. He thought he could do that because he thought no one would ever be able to prove, because what president would take the unprecedented step of releasing a transcript with a foreign leader? This president did, something that the whistleblower never expected. President Trump, we keep hearing, got caught. President Trump, we keep hearing, is obstructing justice. The president that took the unprecedented step of releasing a transcript so that everyone could see the truth is not obstructing Congress. The president didn't get caught. The whistleblower got caught. The whistleblower made false statements. The whistleblower got caught with Chairman Schiff. Remember Chairman Schiff, the person that the Democrats, instead of the House Judiciary Committee, which has spent a full week on this, that's not who's been in charge. The person they put in charge was the person that got caught with the whistleblower. Have you spoken directly with the whistleblower? No, we have not. We'd like to. That wasn't true. The person that said he had evidence of the first fake impeachment scam, collusion with Russia, had evidence of that collusion and didn't have it. the person who, in the course of that, read into the record the Steele dossier because the people needed to know the truth about what happened. Well, we heard about the truth about the Steele dossier this week when the Inspector General told us it was all garbage, rubbish, all made up. Yeah, that Chairman Schiff. And now he got caught not being truthful about a whistleblower who, as I told you the other day, didn't tell the truth verbally and in writing, and that's in a transcript. You know what we didn't get in this 1 week impeachment summary in the House Judiciary Committee? We didn't get that transcript. Chairman Schiff didn't send that one over. Only if you were on the Intelligence Committee have you seen that transcript. I've seen it. I'd like everyone to see it. With that, I yield to my good friend, Congressman Jordan.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. I want to go back to where Mr. Buck was referencing the gentleman from Rhode Island when he mentioned Mr. Sondland as, again, the guy they mentioned 611 times in their report. Mr. Sondland, the guy who presumed there was a quid pro quo, the guy who had to file an addendum to his deposition testimony. And in that addendum, again, he has this great sentence where he says, Ambassador Taylor recalls that Mr. Morrison told Ambassador Taylor that I told Mr. Morrison that I had conveyed this message to Mr. Yarmouk on September 1st, 2019, in connection with Vice President Pence's visit to Warsaw and a meeting with President Zelensky. 6 people, again, having 4 conversations in 1 sentence. Here's the interesting thing. Yarmouk talks with Sondland. Sondland talks with Morrison. Morrison talks with Taylor. And somehow through all that, we get the Democrats believing that there was this quid pro quo and that they need to impeach the president. But what they forget is what Mr. Gates brought up just a few minutes ago. Yarmouk talks with Sondland. Sondland talks with Morrison. Morrison talks with Taylor. And this is part of their scheme. Guess what? 2 days ago, the guy who started it, Yarmouk, said it didn't happen. But that's their guy, Mr. Sondland. Had to file the addendum to his testimony. Had to write this sentence to clarify. I think this is amazing. This is the clarification. Ambassador Taylor recalls that Mr. Morrison told Ambassador Taylor that I told Mr. Morrison that I conveyed this message to Mr. Yarmouk on September 1st, 2019, in connection with Vice President Pence's visit to Warsaw and a meeting with President Zelensky. Yarmouk's the key here, and it didn't happen. He just told us that. Time magazine just reported it the very same day as Mr. Gates pointed out that you all filed your articles of impeachment. Holy cow. This is what it comes down to. I yield back.
Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does...
Mr. Chairman, I have unanimous consent.
Move to strike the last word.
For what purpose does Ms. Deming seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
You know, let me just say, I've been pretty shocked and disappointed with my colleagues on the other side. There have been so many things that have been said, like the president never used the word demand. Well, I can tell you this. When a robber points a gun at you to take your money, they usually don't walk up and say, I'm robbing you right now. The other argument that we've heard this morning is that, well, the aid was released. It was eventually released. There was no investigation. There was no announcement of an investigation. But, you know, the aid was released because the president got caught. It was released after the whistleblower's complaint. It was released after public reports that the aid was being held because Ukraine was being coerced into doing an investigation. And Congress had initiated congressional investigations into why the aid was being released. We can talk about alternative facts all day long, but the facts are really pretty clear. That the president abused his power, the precious power of his office, to coerce a country that was dependent on us. A country who's fighting Russian aggression, because when Ukraine fights Russian aggression, they're helping us fight Russian aggression. And he did it for personal gain, and he should be held accountable. Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back.
Mr. Chairman, I have unanimous consent request.
Who seeks recognition for unanimous consent?
Diggs from Arizona.
The gentleman is recognized for unanimous consent request.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My first unanimous consent request is the record of the correspondence and subpoenas served on executive branch officials by Chairman Schiff. We have concerns because 3 of those were served prior to the passage of H.R.S. 660.
We'll reserve the right to object. We'll take a look at that.
Thank you, and I have another one, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman will state it.
Thank you. It is 2 letters sent by the Office of the Vice President dated October 15 and December 11. The first explains the overbroad scope of the document request from Chairman Schiff, but offers to work with Congress to advance legitimate oversight authorities. The second letter points out an inaccuracy in Chairman Schiff's report. Contrary to an assertion contained in Chairman Schiff's report at the time of the release of this
Are these
report.
public correspondence?
They are correspondence between the Vice President and
without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
For what purposes does Ms. Roby seek recognition?
I move to strike the last word.
The gentlelady is recognized.
I yield to my friend, Mr. Reschenthaler.
Thank you. I think that we've got to remember that the abuse of power is coming from the quid pro quo charge, which then morphed into bribery. The problem is that my colleagues across the aisle can't make out what, again, we call a prima facie case, meaning the elements are not supported by the facts. So let's just go back and look at the federal statute for bribery. The elements are as follows. Whoever, being a public official, corruptly demands or seeks personally anything of value in return for being influenced in the performance of an official act. Now, we could tear apart each one of these elements, but let me just focus on corruptly. The president didn't have corrupt intent, and that's why the Democrats cannot make out a prima facie case. Contrary to Schiff's parody version of the July 25th call, the president wasn't asking Ukraine to, quote unquote, make up dirt about my opponent. That quote came from a parody from Chairman Schiff. The president didn't say it in the phone call. For whatever reason, that is being missed. There was also significant reason to believe that the Bidens were involved in corruption, and there's also evidence Ukrainian officials colluded with Democrats in the 26th campaign. Now, there's been a lot of talk about this being a conspiracy theory. It's not a conspiracy theory. The Hill, Politico, Financial Times all reported on this, and for whatever reason now, it's being labeled a conspiracy theory. Also, the president was not seeking to help with his 2020 campaign. Rather, he was seeking accountability regarding Ukraine Democrat collusion in 2016 and also potential corruption in the Obama administration's dealing with Ukraine as well. And we have to remember, too, what Professor Turley said. And remember, Professor Turley voted for Hillary Clinton. He is not a Trump supporter. He was very impartial. And he said, and I quote the professor, "Trump does not state a quid pro quo in the call. He's using his influence to prompt the Ukrainians to investigate and to cooperate with the Justice Department. If President Trump honestly believed there was a corrupt agreement with Hunter Biden that was not fully investigated by the Obama administration, the request for an investigation is not corrupt." And again, I was quoting Professor Turley. I'd also like to quote the Mueller report. And just an aside, we have to remember, months ago, Robert Mueller came in here and he said there was no evidence of collusion, no evidence of obstruction. But again, we're back here. Okay, let me just go back to the Mueller report. There was discussion of corruptly in that report. As it pertains to obstruction of justice, it was stated, quote, "Corruptly means acting with an improper motive or with intent to obtain an improper advantage for himself or someone else, inconsistent with the official duty and the rights of others." By that standard, by Mueller's own standard, the president's behavior is entirely inconsistent with the definition of the underlying statute. With that, I yield back to my friend and colleague from Alabama.
I yield the remainder of my time to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Gomer.
I thank my friend, Ms. Roby, so much. First of all, I was astounded, having been a prosecutor. I've defended some cases. I've been a judge. I've sent a lot of people to prison, but I've never sent someone to prison where the victim didn't know or figure out that they were a victim. That's extraordinary to hear, that you can commit a crime like bribery or theft or robbery, and the victim never knows, never figures out there's a victim. That I've never sent anybody to prison when the victim didn't know they were a victim. And,
Ms. Gomer,
yes.
Ms. Roby.
Ms. Roby's time.
Let it go.
I yield to Mr. Collins.
Let it go. No, go back to Mr. Gomer.
All right. And also, there's probably nobody on this committee that has followed what has happened over time in Ukraine more than I have. And there's no question Putin wants the old Soviet empire back. And what happened when President Bush was in office, Putin had Russia invade Georgia. And President Bush reacted strongly, and he put sanctions in place. And so what happened when President Obama took office and Secretary Clinton was in office, they went over there with a red plastic reset button, and the message was clear to Putin. Look, Bush overreacted when you invaded Georgia, so you can invade Ukraine, and we're okay. That may not have been what they intended, but that's exactly what Putin heard, and that's why he invaded Ukraine, Crimea, and you're upset at Trump, for heaven's sake.
The gentlelady's time is expired. For what purpose does Mr. Raskin seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you very much. Our colleagues reprove Mr. Cicilline for raising Ambassador David Sondland, who is President Trump's ambassador to the EU, which has fascinated me, of course, because that's President Trump's pick. He contributed $1 million to the Trump campaign. He became the ambassador to the EU. They don't like him now because he clarified his testimony to say, yes, there was definitely a quid pro quo at the heart of this whole thing. So now, of course, they turn on the president's own ambassador. But we don't have to rely on his word. I started to mention this before because he had a lunch with David Holmes, who was a senior State Department official at the U.S. Embassy in Kiev, and they went out to a restaurant, and Ambassador Sondland got President Trump on the phone. And afterward, Holmes could hear the conversation, and this is all uncontradicted by other witnesses who were there. And essentially, Ambassador Sondland said to him that, Zelensky loves your ass, and you're going to get exactly what you want from him. And afterwards, Holmes says, well, what is it we can get from him? Well, it's the big stuff. And Holmes says, the big stuff, well, you mean like the war, dealing with Russia and so on? No, the big stuff, what President Trump cares about. Okay, no, I'm not quoting verbatim because I don't have it in front of me, but the substance of this is very clear. What does he care about? What can benefit him, like the Bidens? And it's very clear from multiple witnesses exactly what President Trump wanted to get from President Zelensky. He wanted a statement on television that Ukraine was investigating and was going to investigate Vice President Joe Biden. And he wanted a statement contradicting the 2016 understanding by our Intelligence Committee and by Special Counsel Mueller that there had been a sweeping and systematic campaign by Russia to interfere in our campaign, and saying it was Ukraine that interfered in our campaign. That's what he wanted. That was the big stuff. He didn't care about the Russian war on the people of Ukraine. He didn't care about corruption. They invite us to believe that Donald Trump is an anti-corruption crusader who was shaking down President Zelensky about corruption when he doesn't raise any corruption on that call except for what he believed was going on with the Bidens, except that he reduced anti-corruption funding for Ukraine, except he doesn't raise it anywhere else that we can find. And what do you know? You pick up the New York Times yesterday, President Trump had to pay $2 million to charities because he ripped off his own charity for millions of dollars. This is the anti-corruption crusader they want us to believe in. The guy who had to pay $25 million to students at the phony Trump University, which the Attorney General of New York called a classic bait-and-switch operation. This is the guy that they want us to believe was shaking down the president of Ukraine because he had some secret anti-corruption agenda that actually wasn't related to the Bidens, that wasn't related to rehabilitating the totally discredited Russian conspiracy theory that it was Ukraine and not Russia that interfered in our campaign in 2016. Come on, get real, be serious. We know exactly what happened here. 17 witnesses. It's uncontradicted. There's no rival story. No rival story at all. And our colleagues will not even tell us whether in theory they think it would be wrong for the President of the United States to shake down foreign governments to come and get involved in our presidential campaigns in order to harm the President's political opponents. They won't even tell us in principle whether they think that's wrong, because they think it's too dangerous at that point. We know that they don't accept the facts. We know they don't accept the evidence. They don't like the fact that the depositions took place in the basement. Where should they have been? On the first floor? The second floor? Would they accept the facts? If we found some other room, would that be all right? Because their people were there. I was in that room. There were Democrats, there were Republicans. The Democratic counsel got an hour. The Republican counsel got an hour. It was even on both sides. Enough of these phony process objections. Let's get back to the facts of what happened. The President of the United States shook down a foreign power to come and get involved in our election. That's wrong. I yield back.
Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back.
Mr. Chairman, down here.
For what purposes, gentlemen, seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
No.
Their side.
The
Sorry?
gentleman, Mr. Armstrong is recognized. For what purposes, Mr. Armstrong seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I think it bears mentioning that there's a lot about David Holmes I would say, but what I would say first is that for a guy who heard part of one half of a 3-minute phone call, he had a 40-minute opening statement. And Sondland testified that Biden was never linked in his mind until the transcript was released at the end of August. And the Democratic report does not the Republican report, the Democratic report does not establish any linkage between the announcement or understanding of investigations for his personal political benefit. The only testimony Democrats rely on to prove that allegation is Ambassador Sondland's testimony. However, they conveniently leave out the most crucial aspect of the ambassador's testimony, and that is, after being questioned, he only presumed the linkage. In fact, he admitted in his public testimony that no one in the world told him there was any linkage. But this is the basis for the Democrats' Article 1. But I want to go to a little broader reason of why we should accept Mr. Jordan's amendment. A Democratic senator was quoted saying, "Never, in my view, had America been led by such a dangerous head of state. He bemoaned that America was misled by a reckless and arrogant president." That was Senator Robert Byrd from West Virginia describing George W. Bush. Ronald Reagan was accused of abuse of power for pushing a growth-based economic agenda, for committing troops to Lebanon, or for turning back the Sandinistas in Nicaragua. Clinton, excluding the impeachment, was accused of abusive accusations for an Asia fundraising scandal. 4 dozen donors were arrested. Aides getting sweetheart appointments, use of the FBI to dig up dirt on political employees, Waco, and a Swedish slush fund. George W. Bush was accused of abuse of power for domestic spying, an energy task force controversy, Presidential Records Act, steel tariffs, the Iraq War, and NSA overreach. Obama's IRS engaged in politically motivated targeting of charitable groups. Fast and Furious gun running scandal, collected telephone records on AP journalists without a warrant. The seizure of private property under the guise of environmental protection. The problem we're running into, which is going to last far longer than today and far longer to this Congress, is this will become the new normal. Every one of those things I mentioned had reports written about them. They probably had election consequences. There were hearings held. You know what they didn't have? A nebulous, ambiguous charge of abuse of power. If you cannot prove an underlying crime, you do not get to use all of the evidence you're presenting forward. This will continue. This will move forward. In the history of our country, the party who is not in the White House has accused the White House of abuse of power. It started 200 years ago. It will continue into the future, except now, congratulations. It will be impeachment every single time one party controls the House of Representatives and the other party is in the White House. And with that, I yield to my friend from Louisiana.
I thank my friend. I just want to point out we are talking about, and we have been for the last 2 hours, this amendment that Mr. Jordan brought. He wants to strike Article 1 of the resolution because the resolution isn't worth the paper it's written on. Why do we need to do that? Article 2, Section 4 of the Constitution is what gives us the standard for impeaching a president. You got to have treason, you got to have bribery or a high crime and misdemeanor. You guys have defaulted to this amorphous abuse of power allegation. It's not a criminal act. It's not a crime. It's certainly not a high crime. There's one problem that everybody can, to summarize all this, if you're getting lost in the arguments at home, here's what it comes down to. In the 243-year history of this country, there's only 2 previous presidents that have been impeached by a vote of the House. It was, of course, Andrew Johnson and Bill Clinton. In both of those, and in the lengthy Nixon impeachment investigation, evidence clearly established that specific criminal acts were committed. Evidence clearly established that specific criminal acts were committed. These guys don't have that here. They know it. You know it. It's not on paper in the resolution in Article 1 or Article 2. It's in nothing that's been said here in the last 2 hours. These facts don't change. This is a completely unprecedented, single-party impeachment charade, and everybody at home can see that clearly. These things don't change, and they won't. I yield back to my friend.
Mr. Armstrong's time.
Mr. Armstrong. Mr. Armstrong.
Yield to my friend from Florida.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. No evidence. Quote, when Time asked Yermak if he ever felt there was a connection between U.S. military aid and the request for investigations, Yermak was adamant. We never had that feeling. We did not have the feeling this aid was connected to any one specific issue. Mr. Chairman, I seek unanimous consent to enter this Time magazine article 12/10/2019 into the record.
Without objection, it'll be the article will be entered. For what
Chairman.
purposes does Mr. Cohen seek recognition?
Right, the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, sir. I took theater and drama when I was in college, just one course. And I was told the first thing you have to do is have the willing suspension of disbelief. The Republicans obviously took that course over and over and over again. And they don't, I mean, they're the Fifth Avenue crowd. They've talked about Sondland. That's the man the president appointed as his ambassador to the EU. That's the man he said was a great guy. That's the man who's still employed. And Sondland said they were all in the loop. Pompeo, Giuliani, Mulvaney, Bolton, they were all in the loop. And it was about the quid pro quo. It was about having an investigation announced on CNN, and then you'll get the military aid. And Sondland told in Warsaw, one of the aides to President Zelensky, you've got to announce the investigation. It was a strong arm. They did it. And where do we get these people in the loop to testify? They've been asked to testify. The president says no. He won't let them testify because he knows that if they tell the truth, it will hurt his case because they know that they held up the military aid. President Zelensky has no choice. He needs America to protect himself from the big bear, Russia. They say he hasn't said that he felt pressured. Well, A, he's an actor, and B, he's a politician. And he depends on us. He has no choice. And so he can't say that. But you knew it, and he told people, and he knew the aid was being withheld. They knew it on July the 25th. There were communications from the embassy that have been released that they knew the aid was being held up. They knew it was being held up. There was no reason for President Trump to tell Sondland, no quid pro quo, I don't want anything, except for saying, I want you to testify that I told you this, because he knew that the whistleblower had come out and blown their cover. And he knew that the jig was up. So he needed to find a way to say something that would be in the record. And Sondland remembered it. And Sondland, their best witness, they talk about the 3 professors, 3 of the most respected professors in America, all of who came in here and said this is the most impeachable president. These abuse of power is one of the most serious offenses you can imagine. It's the Constitution. It's the law of the land. And if you abuse your power, that's the most impeachable crime you could be charged with. And they forget their witness, Mr. Turley, said what the president did was wrong. He didn't come in and give a clean bill of health to the president. He said you need some more information. you need some more proof. But you can't get the proof because the president won't allow his men to testify. One of them's writing a book. One of them's still an interim job. The other one's running for senator. They can't do it. The proof is there. This is the most abusive act we can imagine, trying to influence our elections with foreign interference. That takes power away from the American people, and that would end our country as we know it, a democracy, a shining city on the hill, a beacon of hope to people around the world who followed our revolution by changing their governments to giving people the power and not kings. And this is a way to revert back to a king, a man who thinks he can do whatever he wants. If it's Article 2 says, I can do whatever I want, I'm president. That's not right. When he said, I need a favor, though, he was talking about getting dirt on the Bidens. He feared Joe Biden as his primary political rival. Michael Cohen told us the president doesn't come out and say exactly what he wants. He speaks in code. That's the president's code. Michael Cohen knows it, and Michael Cohen is in prison now. Individual 1 is not in prison because individual 1 could not be indicted because of the Justice Department's policies that say you can't indict a sitting president. But Michael Cohen, who is in prison because he facilitated the payments to Ms. Daniels and the payments to Ms. McDougal. You talk about abuse of power. Abuse of power is having a charitable foundation and taking advantage of the charities and using the money for your own purposes and having to pay a $2 million fine and not being allowed to be on a board ever again because you don't have the character to be over a charitable foundation. Abuse of power is ripping off people with Trump University and paying $25 million. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose is Mr. Klein seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not going to go into why I don't see any of the remarks from the gentleman from Tennessee in these articles of impeachment, but
Good afternoon, everyone. It has been an incredible summit, and I would like to thank you all for being here. As we conclude this inaugural summit on supporting American working families, we are delighted to be joined by a man who ran for office on the promise of lifting up the forgotten men and women of this country, and that is exactly what he has done. For nearly 3 years, the president has delivered on one promise after another. And under his leadership, families have never had a brighter future. In every action he takes, the president is putting American families first, because since day one, he has recognized that strong and thriving families are the greatest source of American success and the best hope for America's future. Together, with the help of everyone in this room today, we will support American families, build up our communities, strengthen our economy, and enable every child to grow, thrive, and achieve the American dream. Now, with great pleasure, I'd like to introduce the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
My daughter said, "You will be here." So that was the end of that busy day, right? When a daughter says you have to be here, but she's done such an incredible job. So I want to thank Ivanka. And from the very beginning, it's been extraordinary. She has been so extraordinary in terms of her advocacy for America's working families. 14 million people she's gotten jobs for, where she'd go into Walmart, she'd go into our great companies and say, they really want help, they really want you to teach them, because the government can't teach like the companies can teach. And companies would take 500,000 people, 1 million people. And her goal when she started it 2 years ago was 500,000 jobs. She's done over 14 million, so that's really something. And that's on top of everything else, including what we're here for today. I want to express my gratitude to each and every one of you for being here, and to the White House Summit on child care and paid family leave, a subject that's a very big subject nowadays. We're pleased to be joined by Secretary Alex Azar. Alex, thank you very much. And thanks as well to Governor Phil Bryant, my friend for a long time. And we have, thank you for that. And we have developed a fantastic relationship over the years, and it's been incredible. And what a job he does. And I don't know, I have a feeling he's leaving office, not because he had to. He was leading everybody in the polls in that great state where we just had a tremendous victory in Mississippi, but he was leading by a lot. I said, Phil, why don't you run again? No, I think we're going to take it a little easy. See, he has a lot of confidence in himself. Non-confident people would say, I got to run. But Phil, you've done a fantastic job, and we appreciate it. And Mayor Betsy Price. Mayor, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. We're also grateful to be and have with us members of Congress from both sides of the aisle, and many of them participated today. I saw a list of a who's who in Congress, and we appreciate it very much. Many of them have spoken. We're here today to support the heroic calling for working moms and dads to really help them. We're going to help them. We're going to help them a lot. American families are the heart, soul, and backbone of our nation. Strong and loving families build up our neighborhoods, sustain our communities, invigorate our cities, pass down our values, and make a brighter future for every citizen. In the Trump economy, which is setting records every day, in fact, the stock market's up very substantially today, as some of you may know. And when it goes up, I think of 401ks. I used to think about stock. Now I think about 401ks and I think about jobs. But it's up tremendously today. In the Trump economy, American families are thriving like never before. Just last week, we announced that we smashed expectations and created 266,000 jobs in November, a number that was unthinkable a day before. A day before, they were guessing, would it be 80? Would it be 90? Would it be 160? Somebody said, an optimist. and this was 266,000 plus. You can add from the previous months because we're adding some of the jobs they miscalculated on our side as opposed to the opposite side, the positive way. So 266, almost 300,000 jobs in November, which is an incredible number. 7 million jobs have been added since Election Day. And I have to say, other nations are not doing well. Other parts of the world are not doing well at all. You look at Europe, you look at Asia, look at a lot of different places. We won't talk about China because we're working to deal with China. But I wouldn't say up until now they've loved me. Unemployment is at a 50-year low, and the African American, Hispanic American, and Asian American unemployment rates have all reached their lowest levels ever recorded. So the lowest level ever recorded in the history of our country. The lowest in 71 years, but soon will be historic also. I have to apologize for the 71 years. That's probably my worst statistic, best in 71 years. I say, can you imagine? Normally that would have been a great statistic for us, Phil, but nowadays we're a little spoiled, right? But we've lifted nearly 1.4 million American children out of poverty. And this year, 40 million American families will benefit from the Republican Child Tax Credit, each receiving an average of over $2,200. That's something. Let's put the word Republican again. Let's emphasize it, because I notice every time we do something, the Democrats try and say, "Boy, we really did it. You know, we did. They didn't do it." But we'll be very nice. We want to be bipartisan. In everything we do, we're putting the American families first, and frankly, we're putting America first. But American families are coming first. With more women working today than ever before, we now have a historic opportunity to enact long overdue reforms. It's time to pass paid family leave and expand access to quality. So we're going to have really an expanded access to quality, affordable child care in addition for all American parents. It's something that could take a long time before it ever got done, but we're going to get it done, and we're working with a lot of tremendous people, many of whom are in the room, and I want to thank you for that. An estimated 1 out of every 4 American moms returns to work within 2 weeks of giving birth because they cannot afford to miss a paycheck or risk losing their job. We want every mother to have the chance to spend those precious few weeks with her newborn or adopted child. And I understand statistically, they show statistically it's so much better for the baby and growing up, even in later years. I can imagine that. And Martha, I want to thank you for being here. I just see you. Martha McSally, everybody. Senator. I'll tell you, would you please stand up? All of you. It's so good. Thank you. Congresswoman, you've done a fantastic job. Thank you. That's why it's my state, and in my State of the Union address, I called for Congress to pass paid family leave into law, and it was very well received, I have to say. 1 week ago, we were thrilled that members of Congress introduced bipartisan, really a very strong bipartisan legislation, paid family leave legislation, and that's what it's called. We did criminal justice reform, and we called it by a slightly different name, and a lot of people don't know that it's criminal justice reform. I said, change the name. But somebody put it with the name. It's First Step Act, which is good, but it's criminal justice reform. And in this case, we're going to just go with a very perfect name, paid family leave legislation. Jackie, is that good? Yes? I think Jackie will do it for you, okay? There's something about using a name that sort of, you don't have to think too much, right? This week, my administration reached a historic deal with Congress. The federal government will now give 12 weeks of paid family leave to all federal employees, something that and as a candidate for president, I pledge to advance paid family leave. With this important step, we are delivering, and we're really delivering like nobody's, I think, ever delivered before. If you look back, certainly within the first 3 years of a presidency, and we're still short of the third year, we're getting close. Hard to believe we're getting close. January 20th, we'll be there. But in less than 3 years, we've done things, and I always say that I fulfilled more promises than I made, which is the first for a politician. For a politician, that's the first one. My administration is also focused on expanding access to high-quality, affordable child care. Last year, I was proud to sign into law the largest ever increase in child care development block grants to states. The states understand that very well. A lot of governors come up to me and thank me for that. In more than 60% of American homes, both parents work, yet many struggle to afford child care, which often costs more than $10,000 per year. And it's devastating to families, frankly, devastating. Here with us today is Sayon Mama, who has benefited from child care assistance and is now earning her degree in early childhood education while raising her 2 young, beautiful children. Sayon, would you come up, please, and say a few words? Sayon.
Thank you, Mr. President. Last year, I started working at the Guadalupe Center in Kansas City as an assistant teacher. At the same time, I began taking classes to earn a credential in early childhood education. Before I started my job, my husband and I were able to put our youngest daughter into daycare with the help of child care subsidy. If we didn't have the support, we wouldn't have been able to afford daycare, and I wouldn't have been able to work and go to school to become a teacher. Now, both of my daughters are going to preschool in the same building where I work. It's very convenient for my family and I. I'm so close that I was able to check on my daughters during the day she got sick. So thank you, President,
Well, thank you, sir.
for everything that you're doing to support families like mine.
Thank you very much. As Ivanka announced earlier this morning, the White House released our principles for child care reform. Our goal is simple. We want to expand child care options and reduce unnecessary regulations so that parents can choose the best care for their children, including, and very importantly, in-home and faith-based care. With us today is Bethany Brittany Hazeman, a single mother who runs her own child care center in Fruita, Colorado. And Brittany, if you could, please come up and say a few words. Please, thank you.
Wow, what an honor it is to be here today. Thank you so much. And you, Ivanka Trump, thank you so much for all you do. It's truly a blessing. About 11 years ago, I was put in a tough position. My husband passed away in a car accident. I was a now single mom of soon-to-be 3 children. I had to provide for them all by myself. And child care for 3, all under the age of 3, and my oldest with autistic tendencies was not an option. I was going to school for criminal justice at this time and could no longer have that as my dream. For my 3 children, only had one parent. I opened up a child care in 2010 out of my home. Now, I own a large home site. I signed on with Early Learning Ventures. In 2015, now I am an executive director to my very own center. Being in the child care business, I know all the struggles. There are some major challenges. The cost of child care for our families. Background checks and those timelines are very challenging. Hiring staff based on credentials, not growing teachers that fit the right reasons with what's best for the children and their age groups. And the cost of qualified teachers. That being said, my dreams for them, children, have just begun. It takes a county and a state and a country to be the best. Thank you, President Trump, for making it priority to help our families get access to quality care. Yes. On behalf of Little Imaginations, we would like to invite Ivanka Trump, Donald Trump. If you guys ever get in Colorado, come see our site. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we'll be in Colorado a lot, actually. We have a great senator in Colorado. We have to get him extended. I'll be there a lot. So we know that every American parent like Brittany wants the best for their child, and every American family strengthens and uplifts our country. That's why on issues like child care, to paid family leave, to school choice, my administration is putting control back into the hands of parents where it belongs. With this initiative, we have a chance to give all moms and dads the resources and support they need to succeed, thrive, flourish, prosper, and help their sons and daughters reach their amazing God-given potential. It's what's happening. It's what's happening with our country as a whole. As Americans, we know the single most important investment we can ever make is in our nation's children. I want to again thank everybody for being here, and thank you all to the people that work so hard. I mean, I know how hard and tirelessly you fight for the American family constantly. I want to thank my daughter who's every minute of every day is working on something that's good. In this case right now, that's what we're doing, but she's got other things in mind also. It's incredible what she's able to get done, and I have to give her a very special thank you. Ivanka is a very special person. I just say God bless everybody in the room. Thank you very much for the incredible work. You work so hard, so tirelessly, but the rewards are there. With this administration, you get the rewards. With other administrations, it just never worked. But we get it done. They may like me, they may not, but we get it done. Okay, thank you all very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain seated until the President departs.
July 25th call, President Trump replied, quote, "I would like you to do us a favor, though, because our country has been through a lot, and Ukraine knows a lot about that," end quote. Congress appropriated and authorized $391 million in security assistance to Ukraine. On May 23rd, the Department of Defense certified to Congress that Ukraine had completed the requisite anti-corruption reform actions to qualify for the security assistance appropriated by Congress. The President himself directed the aid to be put on hold. In July, Ukrainian officials asked Pentagon staff about the hold on military assistance. No legitimate public policy or national security rationale exists, and the President has not brought one forward for President Trump's decision to withhold the security assistance from Ukraine. Providing aid to Ukraine is in the national security interest of the United States. Withholding it is in the personal political interest of the President and of Putin. President Trump failed to say the word corruption during his April 21st call with President Zelensky. President Trump failed to say the word corruption during his July 25th call to President Zelensky. The aid to Ukraine was released only after House committees announced an investigation into the administration's decision to halt the aid. The President instructed all witnesses from the administration not to testify and withheld all relevant documents from House investigators. On October 3rd, when asked by a reporter what he hoped President Zelensky would do following their July 25th call, President Trump told the American public and the world, well, I would think that, if they were honest about it, they'd start a major investigation into the Bidens. It's a very simple answer. On October 17th, at a press briefing in the White House, Acting Chief of Staff Mick Mulvaney said President Trump absolutely mentioned corruption related to the DNC server in connection with the security assistance during his July 25th call, and that server was part of, quote, why we held the money up, end quote. Upon taking a question from a reporter attempting to clarify the acknowledgement of a quid pro quo, Mulvaney replied, quote, we do that all the time with foreign policy. Get over it. Let me remind you of a statement that Dr. Fiona Hill made in her opening statement, and her extraordinary, powerful opening statement and credible testimony before this Congress. She said, and I quote, if the President or anyone else impedes or subverts the national security of the United States in order to further a domestic, political, or personal interests, that is more than worthy of your attention. I ask my colleagues respectfully on the other side of this dais, is it not worthy of our attention to uphold the Constitution and ask the President to do the same? Or do they think it is proper? Do they think it's okay for any president, not just this one, but for any president to invite foreign interference into our elections? And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield to the gentleman from Rhode Island.
I thank the gentlelady for yielding. Mr. Chairman, there's a letter that was signed by more than 500 legal scholars across the ideological spectrum that I'd like to just read from very briefly. Speaking of the President's conduct, they say, the President's conduct is precisely the type of threat to our democracy that the founders feared when they included the remedy of impeachment in the Constitution. We take no position on whether the President committed a crime, but conduct need not be criminal to be impeachable. The standard here is constitutional. It does not depend on what Congress has chosen to criminalize. They go on to say impeachment is an essential, especially essential remedy for conduct that corrupts elections. I know that my time is about to expire, so I'll come back to this before I introduce it, because I'd like to read some additional parts of it. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. I recognize myself on the amendment, and I yield to Mr. Cicilline.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like just to continue to read, because this, again, is a letter signed by more than 500 constitutional scholars. And I think some of the confusion my colleagues have been struggling with is the difference between impeachable offenses and violations of the criminal statute. So I hope this will help clarify that. They write, impeachment is a remedy for grave abuses of the public trust. Impeachment is an especially essential remedy for conduct that corrupts elections. The primary check on a president is political. If a president behaves poorly, voters can punish him or her at the polls. A president who corrupts the system of elections seeks to place himself beyond the reach of this political check. As the Constitutional Convention, George Mason described impeachable offenses as attempts to subvert the Constitution. Corrupting elections subverts the process by which the Constitution makes the president democratically accountable. Put simply, if a president cheats in his effort at re-election, trusting the democratic process to serve as a check through that election is no remedy at all. This is what an impeachment is for. They go on to say in this letter, whether President Trump's conduct is classified as bribery, as a high crime or misdemeanor, or both, it is clearly impeachable under our Constitution. So in asking that unanimous consent that this letter and more than 500 legal scholars assigned to be made part of the record, I hope my colleagues on the other side of the aisle will understand the basis of this article of impeachment, that the President of the United States violated the public trust, undermined the national security of the United States, betrayed our national interests by using the enormous power of his office, not to advance the public good, not to advance the policies of the United States and the interests of the United States, but to advance his own personal political benefit. That is exactly what the framers spoke about. That's not my conclusion alone. It was the conclusion of the scholars we heard from in our hearing and more than 500 legal scholars that have joined them. And so I hope we'll put to rest this notion that you have to violate a criminal statute. You know, a president could deface a post office, a mailbox. That's a federal crime. No one would suggest the president could be impeached for that. So the framers are talking about the abuses of the public trust, a violation of the most sacred oath to honor the interests of the American people and not advance your own personal political interests. These constitutional scholars say it much better than I can, and as well as Professor Raskin has said, so I ask unanimous consent to be made part of the record.
Without objection. Reclaiming my time, I would simply point out a few things. Number one, that the impeachment of President Nixon, although he had committed many crimes, he was impeached. The committee voted impeachment for abuse of power and obstruction of justice. It did not specify a specific crime. I would also point out that the majority staff report of the Judiciary Committee back in 1974, not just now, and I believe in 1998, but certainly 1974, pointed out that crimes and impeachable offenses are different things. There are crimes which may not be impeachable. There are impeachable offenses which may not be crimes. An impeachable offense, a high crime and misdemeanor, is a grave and serious offense against the Constitution, against the structure and function of government. I would refer you to the Federalist Papers. I would also say one other thing. We've repeatedly heard that the Democrats are accusing President Zelensky and Mr. Yermak of lying because President Zelensky said he wasn't pressured. Well, of course he said he wasn't pressured. The United States is a powerful nation on which his nation is dependent. He has a gun to his head. The gun is the fact that the President of the United States, upon whom he depends for military aid, for help in many different ways, has shown himself willing to withhold that aid and to do other things based on what he says, based on what he's willing to play along with the President for his personal political goals. So, of course, he denies he was pressured because he knows that if he didn't deny that, there might be heavy consequences to pay, and you cannot credit that denial. And you cannot credit that denial without any aspersions on his character, but simply on the fact that the President of the United States holds a gun to his head. I yield back, and the question is on the amendment. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Roll call.
Roll call. Roll call is requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Nadler? No. Mr. Nadler votes no. Ms. Lofgren? Ms. Lofgren votes no. Ms. Jackson-Lee? Ms. Jackson-Lee votes no. Mr. Cohen? No. Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Johnson of Georgia? No. Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes no. Mr. Deutsch? Mr. Deutsch votes no. Ms. Bass? Ms. Bass votes no. Mr. Richmond? Mr. Jeffries? No. Mr. Jeffries votes no. Mr. Cicilline?
No.
Mr. Cicilline votes no. Mr. Swalwell?
No.
Mr. Swalwell votes no. Mr. Liu? Mr. Raskin?
No.
Mr. Raskin votes no. Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Jayapal votes no. Ms. Demings? Ms. Demings votes no. Mr. Correa? No. Mr. Correa votes no. Ms. Scanlon?
No.
Ms. Scanlon votes no. Ms. Garcia?
No.
Ms. Garcia votes no. Mr. Neguse?
No.
Mr. Neguse votes no. Ms. McBath?
No.
Ms. McBath votes no. Mr. Stanton?
No.
Mr. Stanton votes no. Ms. Dean?
No.
Ms. Dean votes no. Ms. Mucarsel-Powell?
No.
Ms. Mucarsel-Powell votes no. Ms. Escobar?
No.
Ms. Escobar votes no. Mr. Collins? Mr. Collins votes aye. Mr. Sensenbrenner? Mr. Sensenbrenner votes aye. Mr. Shabbat? Mr. Shabbat votes aye. Mr. Gomert? Mr. Gomert votes aye. Mr. Jordan?
Yes.
Mr. Jordan votes yes. Mr. Buck?
Aye.
Mr. Buck votes aye. Mr. Radcliffe?
Yes.
Mr. Radcliffe votes yes. Ms. Roby?
Aye.
Ms. Roby votes aye. Mr. Gates?
Aye.
Mr. Gates votes aye. Mr. Johnson of Louisiana?
Aye.
Mr. Johnson of Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Biggs?
Aye.
Mr. Biggs votes aye. Mr. McClintock?
Aye.
Mr. McClintock votes aye. Ms. Lesko?
Aye.
Ms. Lesko votes aye. Mr. Reschenthaler? Mr. Reschenthaler votes aye. Mr. Klein?
Aye.
Mr. Klein votes aye. Mr. Armstrong?
Yes.
Mr. Armstrong votes yes. Mr. Stubbe?
Yes.
Mr. Stubbe votes yes.
Are there any members who wish to vote who haven't voted? The clerk will report.
Mr. Richmond, you are not recorded.
No.
Mr. Richmond votes no.
Are there any other members who haven't voted who wish to vote? The clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, there are 17 ayes and 23 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to. Are there any further amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute?
Mr. Chairman.
Gates.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
Gentleman, the gentleman has an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment. The gentlelady reserves a point of order.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.Res. 755, offered by Mr. Gates of Florida. Page 3, strike lines 10 through 11, and insert the following. A well-known corrupt company, Burisma, and its corrupt hiring of Hunter Biden, and.
The gentleman is recognized to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment strikes the reference to Joe Biden as the center of the proposed investigation and replaces it with the true topic of the investigation, Burisma and Hunter Biden. An essential element of the Democrats' case on abuse of power is that the Bidens did nothing wrong. It can only be an abuse of power and not a correct use of power if the president was pursuing something under which there was no reasonable basis to ask a question about Hunter Biden and Burisma. Hunter Biden and Burisma, well, that's an interesting story. And I think just about every American knows there's something up with that. $86,000 a month, no experience, working for some foreign government while your dad's the vice president of the United States? Is there anyone who believes this is okay? I know we got a few of my Democrat colleagues maybe run for president or might run for president one day. Would you let your vice president have their son or daughter or family member out moonlighting for some foreign company? Maybe I'll use language familiar to the former vice president. Come on, man. This looks dirty as it is. Hunter Biden was making more than 5 times more than a board member for ExxonMobil. I've heard of that company. And so I went to read up on Hunter Biden, learn a little more about him. I found this very extensive profile in The New Yorker. And here's what it says. Hunter said that at that point, he had not slept for several days. Driving east on Interstate 10 just beyond Palm Springs, he lost control of his car, which jumped the median and skidded to a stop on the shoulder of the westbound side. He called Hertz, which came to collect the damaged car and gave him a second rental. The Hertz rental officer told me he found a crack pipe in the car and on one of the consoles a line of white powder residue. Beau Biden's Attorney General badge was on the dashboard. Hertz called the Prescott Police Department and officers filed a narcotics offense report listing items seized in the car, including a plastic bag containing white powdery substance, a Secret Service business card, credit cards, and Hunter Biden's driver's license. That is what we would call evidence. And I don't want to make light of anybody's substance abuse issues. I know the president's working real hard to solve those throughout the country, but it's a little hard to believe that Burisma hired Hunter Biden to resolve their international disputes when he could not resolve his own dispute with Hertz rental car over leaving cocaine and a crack pipe in the car. It continues. Hunter stayed in Los Angeles for about a week. He said that he needed to get away and forget sooner after his arrival in L.A. He said he asked a homeless man in Pershing Square where he could buy crack. Hunter said that the man took him to a nearby homeless encampment where a narrow passageway between tents, someone put a gun to his head before realizing that he was the buyer. He returned to buy more crack a few times that week. Again, not saying, not casting any judgment on any challenges someone goes through in their personal life, but it is just hard to believe that this was the guy wandering through homeless encampments buying crack that was worth $86,000 a month to Burisma Holding. And that might be one of the reasons why when ABC asked Hunter Biden, hey, you think you would have gotten this job in the absence of your dad being the vice president? Well, he said, probably not. And then I looked to the record evidence, and I looked at the testimony of Mr. Kent. Mr. Kent was one of the witnesses they called on the first day. He said Burisma was so dirty that our own embassy had to pull out of a joint sponsorship with them. When Ambassador Yovanovitch was being prepped for her Senate confirmation, the Obama administration was so worried about the corruption around Burisma and Hunter Biden that they held special prep moments to try to get ready for the inevitable questions about this obvious corruption that the president asked about. Mr. Kent, again, one of their witnesses from the first day, also gave testimony that that the head of Burisma had stolen $23 million in the U.S. and the U.K., and that he paid a bribe to get off the hook. So again, it's not as if Burisma is pulling out new plays. Their playbook is to do dirty stuff and then go and pay bribes and hire the people necessary to make those problems go away. This is why the minority hearing issue is so important, by the way. You wonder why Republicans are so angry that we didn't have a hearing to put on our own witnesses and own evidence. And you may wonder why, well, if they feel so good about their case, why did they block our ability to put in evidence? It's because we have the ability to show that Burisma is corrupt. We have the ability to show that Hunter Biden is corrupt. And that totally exculpates the president. Because there is no way in the United States of America that honestly pursuing actual corruption is an impeachable offense. That's why I offer the amendment, and I encourage my colleagues to vote for it.
Mr. Chairman, I withdraw my point of order.
Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does Mr. Johnson seek recognition?
I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I rise in opposition to this amendment, and I would say that the pot calling the kettle black is not something that we should do. I don't know what members, if any, have had any problems with substance abuse, been busted in DUI. I don't know. But if I did, I wouldn't raise it against anyone on this committee. I don't think it's proper. And you know, I think we got to get back down to what is most important here. This is a question that stands out like a big, throbbing, sore toe inside of a shoe that's too small. And that is this question: is it ever okay for a president of the United States of America to invite foreign interference in an upcoming presidential election campaign?
Is the gentleman seeking an answer?
Is the gentleman yield?
I'll be glad to answer.
The silence.
Gentleman has the time.
The silence was and is deafening. And there'll be plenty of time for you to respond to that question, and I would invite you to do so. I gave you an opportunity of about 10 or 15 seconds while you could get your story together, and nobody came up with a story. So I'm going to let you move to strike the last word and explain that to the American people. It's never proper for a United States president to hold a foreign country over a barrel to make them do that president's personal bidding and holding needed security assistance, dangling it, and dangling the fact that I'll give it to you if you do this. I mean, that's exactly what happened. It's like the American people understand what happened. Those are the facts. The president said it when he released the transcript of the summary of that phone call on July 25th. The summary of the president's own words shows that the president tried to get President Zelensky to interfere in the upcoming presidential election. That is established by the facts. So this is not about Hunter Biden, and they've said that on the other side repeatedly up until they start talking about Hunter Biden having some substance abuse problems. You can't have it both ways. Let's be honest. This is about our conscience, the conscience of the nation, the conscience of my friends on the other side of the aisle. Do you believe that we should allow this to go unaddressed, what the president did? Because we are a country of precedent. We are a country of rule of law. We are a country of norms and traditions. Are we going to allow the violation of our norms, our traditions, our legal precedent? Because after all, bribery was not a crime. There was no criminal code when the framers passed the Constitution, but they said bribery in there, and what bribery meant was I'm offering you something if you do something for me. I'll give you this. In other words, you give me this, I'll give you that. That's what we had in this case. That's what bribery means. It doesn't depend on a statute. It depends on what we know was done. And so let's not get bogged down in technicalities and in character assassination. Let's keep our eye on what really happened in this case and whether or not our consciences dictate that we do something about it. We can't let it go unaddressed. And the way that we deal with this grave abuse of the public trust is with the drastic action that it requires, because this is a drastic circumstance. The drastic action is impeachment, and that's why we're here today. And I ask my colleagues to let your conscience be your guide. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Mr. Sensen, for what purposes, Mr. Sensenbrenner?
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, my mind is boggled by the gentleman from Georgia saying that all bribery was okay until 1787, when the Constitution was adopted, and 2 years later when the Congress passed the first criminal code. First of all, there's a common law definition of bribery. I think people long before 1787 realized that bribery was no good. But we also had criminal codes in each of the 13 independent states, colonies, before the Declaration of Independence.
Will the gentleman answer my question?
No, I didn't interrupt you.
The gentleman has the time.
Okay. The second thing is that if you on the other side of the aisle believe that Joe Biden is a man who tells the truth, you ought to support this amendment. Because Joe Biden, ever since Hunter's involvement with Burisma, has been repeatedly asked whether he made any arrangements to get Hunter this really cushy job. And he said no, or my son's business involvements are my son's and not involved in that. So you put Joe Biden's name in your articles of impeachment when the real malefactor is Hunter Biden. Hunter's not running for anything, and if the real malefactor really is Hunter Biden, I guess your claim that the president was trying to influence the 2020 election would go out the window. But if you think that Joe Biden is a man who tells the truth, and I'll give him the benefit of the doubt because I think he deserves it, then let's get rid of Joe Biden in this article of impeachment, substitute his son's name in there, and proceed. I challenge you, because every one of you that will vote no on this amendment is going to be saying, I think that Joe Biden's a liar. If you don't think that Joe Biden is a liar, vote yes. I yield the balance of my time to Mr. Gates.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And again, it's important to analyze the burden of proof here. It's the Democrats who are saying any question about the Biden situation, Burisma, it could only be an abuse of power. And I think this amendment really reflects how the president was using his power perfectly, entirely appropriately. And it also shows how scared they are of the facts. If we had the opportunity to call in those who were engaged in work with the Ukrainian embassy, folks like Alexander Chalupa, if we were able to bring forward Hunter Biden, if we were able to demonstrate the bias of the whistleblower, the American people would see we are not in this debate and in this discussion because the president did anything wrong or impeachable or criminal. We're here fundamentally because they cannot accept the fact that he won the 2016 election. And I think all Americans know the president has a different approach. But to accept their standard would mean that if someone announces that they're running for office, it's kind of like an instant immunity deal for anything that they would ever do. I mean, are they really saying that if Joe Biden, Hunter Biden, Burisma were engaged in some corrupt act, that just because Joe Biden announced for the presidency, that somehow ought to absolve him of that criminal activity? It's a ludicrous position. Maybe it's informed by the fact that y'all got a little lucky on the Hillary Clinton stuff. You know, she thought that because she was in a presidential election that her crimes didn't have to be held to account. And in a way, that turned out to be the case. But you know what? It shouldn't be the standard in the United States of America. And I'm glad that we have a president who is at times skeptical of foreign aid, who does put America first, who understands that in corrupt places, the resources we provide don't always make it to an area of need. But we conclude with this. Once the meetings happened that demonstrated that President Zelensky was a true reformer, that he wasn't corrupt, that he was honest from the point of his campaign all the way up until the point when he said there was no pressure put on him or his government for this aid. If you accept that proposition, it's very clear the president was entirely appropriate in those questions. And I got to say, in debate on the last amendment, now we have reached the point in time where President Trump isn't the only president being attacked in this hearing. I heard the gentleman from Tennessee go after Zelensky as, well, an actor, a politician. And they presume he's a liar when he says there was nothing wrong. You know what? They can't make the case against the president.
My name was called.
They're attacking Zelensky, and it just shows the absurdity of the endeavor.
His time has expired. For what purpose does Ms. Jackson-Lee seek recognition?
I was asking if I could respond as my name was, as I was called.
No. For what purpose does Ms. Jackson-Lee seek recognition?
I rise to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
I thank the chairman. This is about distraction, distraction, distraction. Our good friends spent 3 hours saying President did not target the Bidens. Now they're saying that he did. So which is it? Now, I'm holding the classified, unclassified conversation, and let me just clarify a certain point. And that point is that I did read the transcript, and it did say us. But there is nothing in the president's notes that even suggested that the question that he asked was for the American people. In testimony by Mr. Goldman, who obviously went through every aspect of this, I asked a question about whether or not the president said anything from the notes that are given, the briefing that is given by those representatives of the United States government, the staff of the National Security Council, the State Department, the Defense Department, on corruption. He didn't speak anything about corruption that he was briefed on. And if you go through the call, he continues to mention the Bidens. And so this, again, is about Ukraine. The president did ask Ukraine, the president of Ukraine, a vulnerable leader of a country that is fledgling and trying to survive. Now, let me say that I intend to introduce into the record an article that indicated very clearly that people did die. Trump froze military aid as Ukrainian soldiers perished in battle. LA Times. I ask unanimous consent to submit that into the record. But the facts are the facts are President Trump provided $510 million in aid in 2017 and $359 million in 2018. But he wanted to stop in 2019, the year or months before the 2020 election. In addition, President Trump's advisors confirmed that President Trump's investigations, the 2016 election interference and the Bidens, were not U.S. policy. And as well, they have debunked any association that there was anything to the impropriety of the former vice president and his service as it related to Ukraine. I think it is also important the Department of Defense and State Department have confirmed that Ukraine had met all anti-corruption benchmarks and the aid should be released. That's the policy of the United States of America. There was no need for this president to, in essence, try to make up his own policy. In his own statement of administrative policies, and I ask unanimous consent to have those in the record, this is from the White House. Nothing in this said to discuss corruption. Why? Because Ukraine had already met the standards of independent executive agencies, that they had met that standard of corruption. Their money should have been released. And we well know, as the process of the whistleblower and the timing, that President Zelensky, desperate for money, people dying in the field, was asked to do a CNN announcement. And he was going to be on one of CNN's well-known shows dealing with international politics. But it was stopped in its tracks, as testified by witnesses under oath, because of the whistleblower statement. Let me be very clear. There is some representation of crime, crime, crime. First of all, our scholars indicated that these are impeachable offenses. The conduct of the president is impeachable, and there's enough evidence to show. But as I indicated yesterday, this, my friends, is a legal document, the Constitution. It is a legal document. You can breach and violate the law of the Constitution. There are constitutional crimes. And the vastness of the impeachment process does include the excess of power by the President of the United States. Now, I knew Barbara Jordan, and my friends wanted to quote her. She also said, "The framers confided in the Congress the power, if need be, to remove a president in order to strike a delicate balance between a president swollen with power and grown tyrannical and preservation of the independence of the executive." You can violate the crimes of the Constitution. Abuse of power includes that. This amendment should be defeated.
Gentlelady's time has expired.
Mr. Chair.
For what purpose does Mr. Ratcliffe seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank the chair. I want to answer my colleague from Georgia, Mr. Johnson's question that he asked before. Is it ever okay to invite a foreign government to become involved in an election involving a political opponent? The answer is yes. It better be. We do it all the time. Have you that quickly forgotten how the Trump-Russia investigation proceeded? The Obama administration asked Great Britain and Italy and Australia and other countries to assist in its investigation of a person who was a political opponent from the opposite party. I keep hearing over and over again, you can't investigate political opponents. We have a member of this committee who was, as a member of this committee and the Intelligence Committee, investigating his political opponent, Donald Trump, at the very moment he was running to replace him as president. My colleague on the Intel Committee, Mr. Castro, was investigating President Trump at the very same moment his brother was running to replace President Trump. President Trump is the only one with the really legitimate reason to be doing it. He is the chief executive. Chief executive. We are in the Judiciary Committee, right? We do understand the Constitution. We do understand that the president, as the unitary executive, is the executive branch. And all power in the executive branch derives from the president. And the president can and should ask for assistance from foreign governments in ongoing criminal investigations. There was an ongoing criminal investigation into what happened in 2016. The Attorney General Barr, at the time of the July 25th call, had long before that appointed U.S. Attorney John Durham to investigate exactly that issue. It wasn't just appropriate, it was absolutely the president's constitutional duty. And Hunter Biden, the president has, as the chief executive, the ability to ask about matters where there is a prima facie case of corruption. What do we have with respect to Hunter Biden? Tons of money for a position where he has no Ukrainian experience, where he has no experience with Ukraine or with energy, and at the very same time that the Ukrainians were deciding that Hunter Biden was the perfect person to get that sweetheart deal, the Chinese were deciding that Hunter Biden was the perfect person to get a sweetheart deal to manage $1.5 billion in financial assets. And when the Ukrainian government wanted to investigate corruption, like we all keep talking about they need to, well, they start investigating Burisma, and what happens? Joe Biden says, you better fire that prosecutor investigating corruption into Burisma, or you're not going to get $1 billion. And 6 hours later, that's what happened. That's called influence peddling. That is a crime. And there is a prima facie case of that. And it's absolutely appropriate for a president to ask about that. I yield to my friend.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. I just want to respond to the comments from the gentlelady from Texas. She said the president made up his own policy. Well, that's how it works in our country. You get your name on a ballot, you run for office, you go talk to the American people, they evaluate it all on election day, they decide who they want making the policy. That's how it works in our country. It's not the unelected people telling the elected individual how we do things, because the unelected people aren't directly accountable to we the people. It's what makes our system the best, the greatest. And when you turn that on its head, that's when you get problems. And we saw it happen, because we heard Chuck Schumer say on January 3rd, 2017, when you mess with the intelligence community, they have 6 ways from Sunday at getting back at you. Now, that is a scary statement, because that is saying the unelected people can get back at the person who put their name on a ballot and got elected to high office, the highest office in this situation. So for someone in the United States Congress to say the president made up his own policy and somehow that is wrong, that should be a frightening position to take. But I guess that's where the Democrats are today in their quest to go after this president, making statements like that, statements by our colleague and statements by Senator Schumer. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back.
Mr. Chairman.
For what purpose does Ms. Lofgren seek recognition?
To strike the last word.
Gentlelady's recognized.
You know, there are issues for the election, and then there are issues for this committee. The behavior of Vice President Biden's son, and frankly, the behavior of President Trump's 2 sons and daughter may be discussed in the election. But here, we're talking about the abuse of presidential authority. The president must take care that the laws be faithfully executed. We know from the emails from the State Department to the Department of Defense that the Ukrainians knew that the aid was being withheld. That's documentary evidence. We also know that whatever was going on that people might not like with the vice president's son and the vice president, that was known in 2015, 2016, 2017, 2018. It wasn't until Vice President Biden was beating President Trump in the polls that this issue was raised to try and force a foreign country to invent an investigation to be used politically. That is not seeing that the laws are faithfully executed. That is an abuse of presidential authority. And I would yield now to the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Deutsch.
And I thank my friend from California. It's been about 3 hours since I made this point. I guess it needs to be made from time to time. We just can't simply allow the mischaracterization and the misstatement of the rules, the history of the rules, and House resolutions to advance political arguments here. We can't stand for it. And so I want to address again these statements that there was some right to have witnesses come in. It is absolutely true that that's the case. Over 50 years ago, when the rule was written, when Rule 6 was written, it said it's normal procedure for witnesses representing both sides of the issue to give testimony at committee hearings. And that's what happened at the December 4th meeting. And that's what happened at the December 9th meeting. Let's be honest about the rules. And House Resolution 660, I would point out again, provides an opportunity for the President of the United States to come. He could have come on December 4th. He could have sent any of his witnesses. And he didn't. But no one should be surprised, because that's been the President's approach throughout, is to refuse to allow anyone with the kind of information that my colleagues claim they're interested in from coming to testify, from coming to answer questions directly. And with that, I yield to my friend from New York, Mr. Jeffries.
I thank the distinguished gentleman from Florida. There were 12...
It's my time. I'd be happy to yield to the gentleman from New York.
Thank the distinguished gentlelady from California. There were 12 fact witnesses who testified during the Intel hearing. 12. And we don't hear a thing about those witnesses from my colleagues on the other side of the aisle. A thing. Those witnesses were not political operatives. They were patriots. In fact, they were Trump appointees. Ambassador Taylor, Trump appointee. Ambassador Sondland, Trump appointee. Dr. Fiona Hill, Trump appointee. Jennifer Williams, Trump appointee. Lieutenant Colonel Vindman, Trump appointee. Ambassador Volker, Trump appointee. They all confirmed that Donald Trump pressured a foreign government to target an American citizen for political gain and at the same time withheld, without justification, $391 million in military aid, undermining America's national security. Let's just look at Ambassador Volker's testimony. He testified about the issue of raising the 2016 elections of Vice President Biden, all these things that I consider to be conspiracy theories. What was his response? It was pretty simple. Quote, I think the allegations against Vice President Biden are self-serving and not credible. That's what this is all about. I yield back.
Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. For what purpose does Mr. Gomez seek recognition?
Support of the amendment. Speaking.
Does the gentleman desire to strike the last word?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman is recognized.
It's amazing. We're hearing from the same people accusing us of covering up, not willing to face the truth. They're the same arguments that we've been hearing for 3 years now. First, it was accusing us of not being willing to face the facts about Russia collusion and the president scheming with Russia, and that turned out all to be lies. We were right, and those accusing us of not facing the truth were the ones who were not facing the truth. We heard about all kinds of other allegations, and we said, wait, that doesn't appear to be supported. Well, we weren't facing the truth, and there was a lot of media support for those positions, but we still persisted that we were the ones that were right. And this week, these things are all being borne out. We were right, they were wrong, and now we're not hearing anybody come in and say, hey, we're really sorry when we accused y'all of being crazy and not facing the truth. You were right, there was no Russia collusion. You were right, there was no extortion. And my friends across the aisle keep changing the subject. What the call made clear is we're interested in finding out about if there was Ukrainian collusion or interference in our election. Now, it's amazing how the majority can take two positions that counterindicate each other. First of all, they say there was no effort by Republicans, including President Trump, to stop interference from foreign countries. We hear that over and over, including yesterday and today. And yet the only way to step up and do what President Obama refused to do, if you remember, President Obama belittled President Trump, candidate Trump, for saying he was concerned about outside interference. And in fact, President Obama made a mockery of anybody that was so stupid that they thought somebody like Russia or others might interfere and affect our election. He made fun of them. He wouldn't do anything about outside interference because apparently he must have thought the outside interference was going to help Hillary Clinton. As we've heard, there apparently are some people that certainly are accused in Ukraine of doing all they could to help Hillary Clinton. In fact, it was unheard of to have a foreign ambassador in our country step up and come out with support for Hillary Clinton. So what we continue to see is projecting. Somebody on their side engages in illegal or improper conduct, and that's what they accuse President Trump or us of doing. And all of this self-righteousness about, for political purposes, I mean, this is from a transcript from December 1st, 1943, when President Roosevelt was talking to Marshal Stalin. He's talking with Stalin. This is apparently in Tehran, they're meeting. But he wanted to talk to him about internal American politics. And from the stenographers, they say that President Roosevelt said there were in the United States 6 to 7 million Americans of Polish extraction. As a political man, he didn't want to lose their votes, and he was explaining he couldn't go public. He didn't care when basically the Soviet Union took over Poland. He didn't care if they cut down Poland's borders from the east and from the west. And he goes on to say, they say jokingly, that when the Soviet armies invade and occupy these areas of Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia, he did not intend to go to war with the Soviet Union on this point, but he continues to emphasize, some of these things he can't go public with. These kind of things have gone on by Democrats for many decades, and here they come after the one guy. He wants to get to the bottom of 2016 foreign interference. And what do they accuse him of? Of getting foreign interference. No, you can't root out foreign interference until you know what it was. So you can't have it both ways. Well, I guess the Democratic Party can't have it both ways, but this has got to stop before it goes too much further. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does Mr. Cicilline seek recognition? Oh, I'm sorry.
We do.
For what purpose does Mr. Shabbat seek recognition?
Strike less work.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I said at a previous hearing before this committee that you were investigating the wrong guy, that it should have been Biden or Biden's, that Ukraine was the third most corrupt nation on earth, and that Hunter Biden had just put himself right smack dab in the middle of that corruption, and that even though Democrats and many of their friends in the media would have you believe that this, the Burisma, Biden corruption, that this was all just the vast right-wing conspiracy allegation, when in actuality, it was the Obama administration that raised this issue first. Back in 2015, George Kent reported his concerns about Hunter Biden to the vice president's office, and the former ambassador to Ukraine, Marie Yovanovitch, sorry about that, said she was coached by the Obama administration on how to answer pesky questions related to Hunter Biden and Burisma that might arise during her Senate confirmation process. And nearly every single witness who testified at the Intelligence Committee impeachment inquiry agreed that Hunter Biden's Burisma deal created, at the very least, the appearance of a conflict of interest. Yet the Democrats on the Intelligence Committee under Chairman Schiff, and now Democrats in this committee, are determined to sweep all this under the rug, ignore it, not let us call witnesses on it, and instead rush to impeach this president. You've got the Vice President, Joe Biden, in charge of overseeing our Ukrainian policy, and his son, Hunter Biden, receiving $50,000 a month, even though he had no identifiable expertise in energy or in Ukraine, yet the Democrats wouldn't let us call witnesses or delve into this. And it was interesting that Joe Biden got in an argument with a man at one of his events in Iowa recently called the man a liar and challenged him to a push-up contest and spouted off a bunch of other malarkey. And now this committee is conducting an impeachment investigation against President Trump based on, as Professor Turley put it recently, wafer-thin evidence, and they're ignoring evidence of something that truly doesn't smell right. Wafer-thin evidence. And this was a professor who acknowledged that he had not voted for President Trump. In fact, all four witnesses who testified, none of them had voted for him. But he said wafer-thin evidence. That's what we're being called to impeach a president on. And while we're doing that, there are so many things that are getting ignored. Now, it looks like one thing, the USMCA, a trade deal which is very important to replace NAFTA. It looks like we might actually get that across the finish line. I certainly hope so, because it'll be good for the country. It's bipartisan. But I think if there's anything good to come out of this impeachment, it's probably that actually will get passed, because the Democrats want to show we did something. We did something, because they haven't done much of anything else. Very little has passed into law. We had 68,000 Americans who died from opioid overdoses last year alone. I think it was 70,000 the year before that. And even though the number's gone down a bit, it's not necessarily because we're doing a whole lot better. It's because because of Narcan, not quite as many people are dying, but there are just as many people that are involved with this scourge, these opioids and other drugs. Our southern border is still a sieve. We have far too many people coming across our southern border. That's something we ought to be able to work on in a bipartisan manner in this committee, to do something about that, and our asylum laws, which need to be reformed. We got a $22 trillion debt hanging over our head. The reason I'm mentioning these issues, this committee has jurisdiction over all these things and isn't doing a thing, because we've been spending all our time for the last year on impeachment in one form or another. But I have a bill, a balanced budget amendment, which would actually move in the right direction to doing something about that. We should have done it years ago. Those are all in our jurisdiction. Other things like infrastructure, not in our jurisdiction, but the United States Congress ought to act on it. We have our highways and our bridges are crumbling in this country. It's actually something we generally agree on, but the Democrats probably don't want the president to take any credit for that, so that's not likely to happen. It's unfortunate taking up all this time on impeachment when there are so many other things that we ought to be working on for the benefit of the American people.
For what purpose does Mr. Sensenbrenner seek? Does Mr. Jordan seek recognition?
Yield to the ranking member.
I want to just take a quick second. It is amazing, though, to hear now they've gotten really sensitive about process on the majority side. When we actually pointed out the tragedy and the travesty of being a rubber stamp in this committee, and the gentleman from Florida has brought out a couple of things. But let me just remind, as he said just a few minutes ago, the White House going to send everything? No, it's just like everything else. It all goes through the whim and the whimper of the chairman and the majority. They can't send anybody they want. It all goes through their majority opinion. I get back to the gentleman.
Yield to the gentleman from Florida.
Thank the gentleman for yielding. If Democrats can't prove that the Bidens are clean, then President Trump can't be guilty of abusing power if he's asking a reasonable question. They cannot prove that the questions into the Bidens are unreasonable. Now, the gentleman from New York said, well, you just start listening to the witnesses. I listened very closely to the witnesses. What I heard was Mr. Kent say that they were so concerned about Burisma, we had to pull out of a partnership with the embassy. So if it's okay for our embassy to ask the questions, why isn't it okay for the president? I listened to Ambassador Yovanovitch when she gave testimony. She said that she was having to do special preparation to have to answer these sticky questions about why the vice president's son was off moonlighting for some foreign energy company. So if it's okay for Yovanovitch to ask those questions, if it's okay for the Obama administration to ask those questions, why isn't it okay for President Trump to ask those questions? Here's one thing I know. Corrupt people, they don't just steal once. They kind of get into this like cycle and culture of corruption, and it's disappointing. I go back to this New Yorker article. I'm reading directly from it. One of Kathleen's motions, this is regarding Hunter Biden's divorce, contains a reference to a large diamond that had come into Hunter's possession. When I asked him about it, he told me he had been given the diamond by Chinese energy tycoon Yi Jingmen. Hunter told me that 2 associates accompanied him to his first meeting with Yi in Miami, and they surprised him by giving him a rare vintage of scotch worth thousands of dollars. So this guy wasn't just taking these weird jobs from the Ukrainians. He was taking diamonds and scotch from the Chinese. And I think it is entirely appropriate for the President of the United States to figure out why that's the case. The American people watching today know that this is an impeachment movement that is losing steam. I was watching CNN on the way into the hearing this morning, maybe one of the only folks, but I was watching, and I heard Gloria Borger say, the polling on impeachment is bad for Democrats. I heard Jim Sciutto say that Chairman Nadler had gone on CNN's air and said, well, once we have these public hearings, we will animate all this public support for impeachment. Well, now you've had the hearings, you've called the witnesses, and you know what? You're losing ground. You're losing ground with the media, you're losing ground with the voters, and you're even losing ground among your own Democrat colleagues. I believe the public reporting I've seen that some of your more moderate members in districts that President Trump won are begging you to pursue something other than impeachment. This bloodlust for impeachment is not going to be visited on us or President Trump. It's going to be visited on your own members, and they're asking you not to do this. The only standard that Speaker Pelosi, Chairman Nadler, and Chairman Schiff set was a bipartisan standard. They said this has to be bipartisan. They said it all throughout the 2018 calendar year. But now the only thing that has changed is not a strengthening of the evidence. It's that we're going into an election. And they have taken a look at the candidates that they have in the Democratic field, and they've realized that they have to create this impeachment platform because their candidates are incapable of defeating President Trump in a fair fight. We know that. The American people know that, and so the only bipartisan vote that has occurred on impeachment was a bipartisan vote against opening the inquiry. And the only possibility for movement from that vote to now, despite wasting all our time, despite having all these hearings, despite all the damage to our institutions through this very weird and aberrational investigation you've run, the only risk is that you'll lose more votes than you started with. You lost 2 of your members the first time. And you're not going to lose less than 2 of your members. You only have a risk of losing more than 2 of your members. And you know what? Republicans are united. We see this for what it is. And we know, just as my colleague from Ohio, Mr. Jordan, said, this is not just an attack on President Trump politically, though it is the election that motivates them for this bizarre behavior. It's not just an attack on the presidency. It's an attack on us. It's an attack on those of us who believe in this president, who understand very well who we voted for, and he's got some non-traditional ways of doing business, but we also see the great success of this country. More jobs, more opportunity. They have no answer for that in the upcoming election, and it's why we're here.
Gentleman's time has expired. Just Biggs. Mr. Biggs, for what purposes, Mr. Biggs seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I mentioned before that looking at the evidence, I'm stunned that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle perpetually read every inference you can make in the light most negative to the president, and yet this whole proceedings and the way this has been shaped up indicates that there's an incredible inference against their credibility because of the way they've stacked the cards against the president. So I want to read. I support the gentleman's amendment. And I want to read this from a Ukrainian source who was named and cited in a recent publication. It says, quote, by inviting influential foreigners, Ukrainian business wants to get additional protection, PR and lobby mechanisms to grasp additional spheres of interest. Having Hunter Biden on board, the owner of Burisma wanted to correct the image and to get cover because authorities are scared by the U.S. Embassy in Ukraine. Hunter Biden, using the political capabilities of his family, acted as a rescue buffer between Burisma and Ukrainian law enforcement agencies. His work in the company of a corrupt official smells. Now, so let's take a look at the document, the transcript they keep, our colleagues keep referring to. Page 4. The other thing President Trump says, there's a lot of talk about Biden's son, that Biden stopped the prosecution. A lot of people want to find out about that. So whatever you can do with the Attorney General would be great. Biden went around bragging that he stopped the prosecution, so if you can look into it, it sounds horrible to me. That is the essence of what they want to impeach President Trump for. So it begs the question, it simply begs the question, really, do you get immunity Is it an immunity-granting event to have a relative run for public office? Do you get immunity for that? Let's flip it on its end. The question is, does the president have the authority to request an investigation? Most assuredly. He mentions the Attorney General here. It is clear that he would like an investigation into the corruption surrounding the Ukraine. Because what does President Zelensky go on to say? He goes on to talk about trying to restore the honesty in his country. That's what he's talking about. You got the Attorney General, you got the President of both countries acknowledging that there's corruption, and let's get it fixed up. And it leads you back to this whole question of the Democrats wanting to impeach President Trump for these amorphous abuse of power issues, these amorphous abuse of Congress or issues, obstruction of Congress. It's just bizarre. So Hunter Biden is placed on the board of Burisma in 2014. Joe Biden calls for the removal of the chief prosecutor, Victor Shokin, in 2016. In the meantime, evidence is clear that Burisma's company paid about $3.4 million to a company called Rosemont Seneca Boher, the company of Hunter and his partner Archer. That is really intriguing. The investigations surrounding Burisma's stop and the Burisma's reputation in Ukraine is low, and it was dubious even before this impeachment inquiry raised it to new attention. Now, let's face it. According to Ukrainian sources, Burisma is not on everybody's front burner in the Ukraine, but it is here because we were providing hundreds of millions of dollars to the Ukraine in foreign aid. And this president said, we need to stop corruption. He mentioned specifically the corruption that he had heard about. Is that impeachable? No. It's asking for an investigation to get to the bottom of it because you do not get immunity just because your father is running for a public office, just because anyone related to you is running for public office. And I will tell you, this president has done a remarkable job in spite of 3 years of constant harassment by the Democrats of this body and the media on the left of this country. We have a great economy. He's trying to bring order to the border. We have more people working than ever before. This president has restored the military and actually prestige around the world. There are no more apology tours on the foreign policy side that we saw in the previous administration. He has really worked to make America's esteem and greatness reprise.
Gentlemen, the gentleman's time has expired. Mr. Cicilline, for what purposes?
Move to strike the last word, Mr. Chairman.
You are recognized.
I want to just begin very quickly and respond to the gentleman from Ohio's lamenting about the productivity of this Congress and remind my friends on the other side of the aisle and the American people that we have passed nearly 400 pieces of legislation since Democrats took the majority. 275 of those bills are bipartisan. They range in legislation to drive down the costs of prescription drugs, to protect coverage for pre-existing conditions, to provide equal pay for equal work, to raise the minimum wage for 33 million Americans, the biggest anti-corruption bill since Watergate, H.R. 1, legislation to restore net neutrality, to respond to the climate crisis, universal background checks, and we recently completed negotiations on the new trade deal. So the list is exhaustive. Sadly, 80% of those bills are lying on Mitch McConnell's desk awaiting action. So I urge my colleagues, maybe instead of trying to mischaracterize what is one of the most productive Congresses in modern history, we ought to assert some energy in persuading Mitch McConnell to do his job and bring those bills to the floor. Now let's get back to the facts of this impeachment hearing. First and foremost, there's been this effort to really confuse what this is about and what this impeachment is about. It is about the President of the United States using the power of his office to smear a political opponent, to drag a foreign power into our elections, to corrupt the elections, and leverage hundreds of millions of dollars of taxpayer money to accomplish that objective. So this amendment would like to wish away the motive of the president to engage in this corrupt scheme, but you can't wish it away, you can't amend it away. The facts are the facts. The allegations that we're talking about here originated in 2015. And that's according to the Minority Report as well. And in 2017 and 2018, foreign assistance was provided by Ukraine. What happened in 2019? What changed? The president is losing in a national poll by double digits to Joe Biden. So those are the facts. Third, multiple witnesses, Trump administration officials, testified that Vice President Biden did nothing wrong, including Mr. Kent, Ambassador Yovanovitch, Mr. Holmes, Ambassador Volker. Vice President Biden's firing of the prior prosecutor was done in accordance with official U.S. policy. It was approved by the Justice Department. It was the policy of the United States. It was supported by the European Union and many countries throughout Europe, and a bipartisan coalition in Congress. This was a corrupt prosecutor. It was official U.S. policy that the Vice President was executing. By contrast, what we have in this case, the basis of this impeachment proceeding, is exactly the opposite. What President Trump was doing was not official U.S. policy, and all the witnesses confirmed that. It was not done through the Justice Department, and it was done against the advice of all of his advisors. And so that's what's very different about what we're confronting today. And this was work which was not done by the apparatus of the State Department. This is an effort that was led by the president's personal attorney, Rudolph Giuliani. This scheme was led by this whole apparatus outside the State Department. So let's not confuse these two things. Facts matter. The truth matters. You cannot continue just to make assertions when the record is completely the opposite. And I'd like to yield to the gentleman from California, Mr. Swalwell.
I thank the gentleman. If President Trump and my Republican colleagues were so interested in rooting out corruption in Ukraine, there was so much they could do that they never did. My Republican colleagues for many years were in the majority. For many years, the Vice President's son was on this board. They never investigated this. Their concern only came about once Vice President Biden became President Trump's chief political opponent. On April 21 of this year, President Trump called President Zelensky to congratulate him. In his talking points, President Trump was told to bring up rooting out corruption in Ukraine. President Trump never did it, but the White House, in their talking points, lied to the American people and said the president had. July 25, again, National Security Council members worked really hard to tell the president, impress upon the Ukrainian president he needs to root out corruption in his country. The president never brings up corruption. If the president wanted to investigate any individual U.S. citizen, there's a formal process we go through. The president never asked the Attorney General to do this. The president was never interested in fighting corruption in Ukraine. He was only interested in weaponizing corruption in Ukraine for his own personal benefit. And that's why we must hold him accountable for an abuse of power. And I yield back.
Mr. Chairman, I have a unanimous consent request.
Gentleman yields back. I recognize the gentleman for a unanimous consent request.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd ask that this article dated February 12, 2019, just 2 weeks before the call to Mr. President Zelensky, entitled "Trump asked top political advisors whether he should worry about running against Joe Biden."
Without objection. It is now, there are votes on the floor. A number of votes on the floor. The committee will stand in recess until after the votes. Please reconvene immediately after the votes. The committee stands in recess.
Great, how are you? Hey, how are you? Having fun? Yeah, we'll just, yeah, I'll just say something. I think everybody's had to go live, so. Ready, for those who are ready, let's go ahead because we got to go to votes. Yeah, ready. I think what we've seen this morning is what we've been saying all along. When you brought articles of impeachment that have nothing to do with the facts that have been presented, it's really painful to watch the Democrats actually try to make abuse of power and make these other things the articles of impeachment when they say that, and we already saw from the Democrats this morning, they just sort of made it up of whatever they wanted to, way beyond the scope of the Ukraine. We've heard everything from, the different things they make up. So today has just been a confirmation of what we've been saying all along. They never had a case, and when they wrote these articles of impeachment, they did so for talking points for members all across the country just to basically go make up whatever they wanted to make up. Next. Anybody else want a statement? Good.
Yeah.
Question. Okay, Deb.
I think this continues to be a total travesty. I mean, there is no proof of any crime. Not one single one of their Democratic fact witnesses was able to establish bribery, treason, or any high crime or misdemeanor. I mean, they have absolutely nothing, yet they continue down this line, and it really is a shame.
The Gates Amendment that you guys are considering right now would strike Joe Biden from the section in the articles that say President Trump sought to have Ukraine publicly announce investigations into Biden. So is it the position of the Republicans that the president did not ask for an investigation to the Bidens?
No, the position we're having right now is that basically what we're saying is what was in the transcript, which is undoubtedly very hard for the Democrats to read, was that the issue of the Bidens was Hunter Biden's corruption. This goes back to the whole issue of what the president has felt all along, that corruption in the Ukraine was a problem, and that's where he's been.
He didn't say corruption in the call, and he asked for an investigation.
But again, we've also, it goes back to an issue here where you look. He didn't say Joe Biden in the call because what just came out of was us. And I didn't dispute you there. I said yes.
All right. Okay. So then why remove that from the transcript?
So it's still your contention, even though he didn't bring up corruption in either of these calls, that corruption is actually what he was focused on and not Joe Biden?
It has been. There's nothing to change here because that's the facts. When you go in, even when the misquoted the misquoted transcript, which we keep doing all the time because they're having to make it salacious for people to believe it's a personal favor, he said us and our country. Remember the context of this call. It was the day after the Mueller report, the day after everything had happened up here, and our countries were torn apart, which now there was no work with. The collusion was gone. The whole issue of corruption, and we're still dealing with this. And again, there's another thing that's brought up today. This was not the only time. Back in 2017, early 2018, we also had aid stopped as well. These are kind of things that are just not being brought out right now because they have nothing else to go on. How many times have you heard, and you reported on the fact that they said quid pro quo, extortion, bribery? They didn't even focus groups, and then we come to this, and we don't even have those charges actually in articles of impeachment. That's a really travesty.
Do you wish the president hadn't brought up Joe Biden?
I think the protocol call is fine as it is. I think it's a conversation taken at a point in time in which the president was expressing his concerns as we go forward. The rest of the afternoon, you're going to see the same thing play over and over. And I think what we saw, this is my last statement before we go to votes, what we saw this morning was a starting out. They tried their best to make the articles look good, and then all of a sudden, as we started poking holes in their story for the whole time, you just started seeing them sort of step back. A couple of them will come forward and say this is what they're trying to say, but really right now it's just all over the map. This is why the American people need to look at these articles for what they are. Basically, a partisan impeachment, and this is what the Federalists want.
Looking ahead, you've been mentioning Hunter Biden. Do you think he needs to be called as a witness in the Senate? Would you like to see the Biden witnesses?
I'm anxious to see what the Senate does at all with this because it'll be into their court next. Believe me, make no bones about this. As I've said all along, this is what the Democrats have been intending to do since January. They just had to find the right opportunity. So if the Senate wants to call those folks, that'll be up to the Senate. Thank you.
How many more amendments? How many more amendments?
Good meeting.
A good many.
guys very much. Yeah, well, Bloomberg has no responses, so I didn't want to, plus I was saying we checked her.
Texas. I know, but I thought they had been on a British accent. Billy, let's go for the topic.
car is coming in 4 minutes.
on at every turn. said, I mean, what do you have to go?